Super is like cycling. It's easier when you tuck in behind the leader. With a long history of low fees and strong returns, Rest is here to give all Aussies a fair go.
I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still. I realize the time that I wasted here. I feel like you can't feel the way I feel. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right.
Halo Tot, halo. Mana lu, ha? Apa kelihatan?
Three, two, one, brawl!
Kemarin gue ke Bandung ketemu cewek gue di CC. Goblok. Data juga gak mau, malu blok. Kena mulu gue beginian. Main mulu gak pernah jago dulu berapa ya sekarang ya? Gak tau, gue lagi nyari misinya ya. Gue beli battle pass. Anjay. Coba-coba hero-hero yang gue gak pernah main. Seribu berapa ya? Gue lupa nih. Ntar abis ini baru rank.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Auto anjing dia. Cuma bisa pakai Hattori gua anjing. Total gue main berapa 80 jam anjing, dikit banget ya. Goblok gua, tolol banget.
Player 2 wins.
Tek gua jangan capek ya. Nah, dikit lagi nih.
I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my best.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I hope you see my best. See something you nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do my best.
Giveaway beli di mana tuh? Halo bang, halo. Berapa mampu? Kagak. Gue lagi penasarannya tau nggak lu? Pengen coba. Dan gue beli mana tuh? Gue dikasih bos, kagak beli. Keren ya hoodie-nya. Gue juga suka. Lah, dah itu. Gua nggak pernah lihat tuh di Peprex. Gue pengen dapetin ini anjing. Ini si Queen aja keren banget. Lihat. Di vlog Peprex dah. Ntar gue lihat. Ini win matches as member of Valhalla Ladies Book Club. Ini apaan sih? Hammer KO, Great Sword Attack Damage, Catch. Every day I try get KO with the active input version of it. Great Sword Attack Damage jauh banget anjing. Kita rank dah.
Online. Watchparty.
Dari kemarin silver mulu anjing. Agak berubah. Malam Dre, malam. Bagus panggali.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Press jam berapa sih? Jam 8 kan? Cupu adalah, pakai gua kalah ya. Itu gua lebih cupu anjing. Anjing. Halo Bang. Halo Vania, apa kabar? Jago anjing, gue kira cupu bangsat. Sahabat lawan beginian anjing. Bukan deh, ini kupu-kupu siapa namanya? Watchparty berhala memek. Belum mulai Zim, goblok lu ya? Lu buta, hah? Main jam 8. Hasman babi. Lagi grinding tau gak lu? Pik bacot nih Hazim anjing. Gue lagi diebol-ebol nih.
Asuri.
Lu goblok. Lah, orang belum mulai goblok gimana? Masa gue mau tungguin dia komentator ngobrol? Ya gue main lah anjing. Ini lagu apa sih? Cika cikiwi. Babi. Gue ngehitnya lebih banyak jauh. Canda goblok. Santai aja Zim. Ngobrol sama gue mah gak ada yang gue bawa serius, santai. Kecuali kalau off stream. Kalau off stream baru. Gaya lu anjing. Buang-buang senjatanya anjing. Ini orang ngapain sih anjing? Goblok. Banyakin gaya aja anjing hari-hari. Lu gak bosen apa nge-spam bangsat? Goblok. Aduh ngentot. Kena lagi anjing. Ngapa dia jatuh sendiri tai? Banyakin gaya anjing. 1373 nggak orang begini. Yang gue bilang apa, great short heavy attack ya. Great short heavy attack. Destroy weapon KO. Oke.
Hattori.
Halo halo.
Three, two, one.
Kalau Pepex udah mau mulai bilang gue ya. Kabarin. Heavy attack mulu, gue liat attack kenanya heavy attack bangsat. Lagi tai. Bisa ada yang kena nggak? Lihat dah, gua gebukinnya banyak banget, kena heavy attack doang gua. Halo Kak Delta tadi live ya bang? Kak Delta siapa? Data iya. Kenapa emang? Lu lihat aja di channel dia. Udahan kan tadi. sword nih kayaknya.
Mako. Three, two, one, brawl.
Demi nggak anjing? Anjing.
Player 2 wins.
Tai, kalahnya jelek banget dah. Harus gue menang anjing. Tot. Gue gak pernah pakai ini tapi udah dulu coba ya lah. Aduh blunder iya anjing. Gagal perkara menyelesaikan misi anjing, gue lempar senjata gua nggak
3,
goblok.
2, 1, brawl.
Mulai nih orang gila Orion bangsat. Ah. Gue jago hotdog dah. Ya lu jangan bandingin sama dia tolol. Gue harusnya udah bisa bunuh dari tadi anjing. Mampus. Mampus. Ini kalau gue udah sekarang bikin discard ini gue masih kalah ya. Kok nggak usah naik sih? Ya Allah, kalah gini mulu anjing. Anjing.
Player 1 wins.
Tuh dia masih dapat 20, gue mati konyol mulu anjing. Hammer tuh ini ada hammer kan. Watchparty. Oke, gue ada warna lain. Nah, cakep. Masih cupu apa udah jago lu, Ndre? Masih cupu Dian. Kalau udah jago udah main gua.
2, 1, brawl.
Karena masih cupu makanya main. Ya udah siap-siap bos. Tahu set gini-gini doang, cuma Kalau ketemuin jago sih repot juga anjing. Gatal jongko bangsat. Make a cup of coffee on your head. Udah dodge padahal. Gue kena apa? Make a cup of coffee on your head. Gue kena nggak? Kena nggak? Mampus mundur kan lu kayak gua, hah? Mampus.
Player 1 wins.
Damage gede padahal mampus. Banyakin aja gaya anjing. Hammer.
Both far. Go.
Laki banget tai. Itu namanya blunder, siapa suruh anjing. Banyakin gaya tai. Lu pengen masin kalau Orion begini. Fuck.
Three, two, one, brawl.
Buset, dah merah ya gua anjing. Masih jago sih. Gua pakai. Gua nggak main. 1500 deh kayaknya deh. Ini orang. Ya udah, dia boleh. Lu lihat dibantai gak? 1447. Jago banget anjing. Gila ini orang. Gue cuma mau nyelesain misi dia ebol gua. Bangsat.
Both ball.
Gak main anjing gua. Udah kelon hotdog gua. Gua begini dibantai ya. Si hotdog rank segini pakai tangan kosong sampai 1800 2000 anjing. Tangan kosong cok lu bayangin.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Pusing kepala gua. Gue yang kena nggak anjing? Dia masih 3 ya? Gue kira ada 2 anjing. Di sini nggak bisa trash talk sih anjing. Kena lagi, tai. Ya Allah, darah gue masih kuning bangsat. Dari awalnya menang jadi kalah nggak bangsat. Mati dong gua.
Player 1 wins.
Gila ya, ini rasanya main Valorant kali ya. Dibantai-bantai gini anjing. Kalau di gold nggak naik-naik ya begini kali rasanya anjing. Bang. Bangsat.
Petra. Three, two, one, brawl.
Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is for me. Guess that was true. Where we sang songs with all our childhood friends, and it went like this. Standing up, singing ba ba ba. Hold up, if you wanna go into a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Picture you and me on the days when we were young, singing like this on my lungs. Now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18 lovers. Yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'll take 'em back to 2002. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods alone. Mustang, these songs are all I tell my friends. And it went like this, say,
Oops, ah, got nothing, ba ba ba. Nah, gua kenapa harus lompat sih? Latah banget anjing. Kena hit lompat, kena hit lompat. Blunder lagi hari-hari, ya Allah. Andre. Bye, bitch.
Player 2 wins.
Semua heavy attack. Kalau heavy attack gua main di sini aja nih.
Online.
Setengah 8 gue mandi dulu, ready for Pepper X.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Raya nih orang. Apa gua ganti ya, kan gua suruh pakai orb anjing misinya. Mana lagi?
Player 2
Juga tuh buat itu Agus first lesnya langsung 50 viewer, Andre. Itu kenapa anjing?
Three, two, one, brawl!
Is far away from us right now. Playing perfect.
So we are checking out something called Olive Pro. It's a clear package. Even though these look like standard specs wireless earbuds, they're actually more. I have more detail on this.
Malam, Dri.
on a night playing Hollywood with my 2 kids, shouting sort of drill it with if all of a sudden I'd be able to tune in for the frequency of those voices specifically here, I've also of this Olive Pro, and you guys can making sure you're subscribed. That's simple. You could also inside as well. I that's where the light in front. Crucial here. So you have small, medium, and large. Medium C, you have the proximity sensor there. When you remove the earbud, it will pause the video automatically. You have this
Gua gatal banget anjing sumpah.
paired with them right now. Now, understanding it works right out the hearing enhancer block. That is correct. They are immediately. It is
Gila dikombo-komboin gua anjing.
my voice.
Player 2 wins.
Speech is super crystal clear, but I'm playing music. But when we get into the application, that's when things go to another level.
Like everybody else. Oh baby when you talk
Apa ya?
Besok kan finalnya.
mana seru nonton sendiri.
Taruh aja dulu. Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed. Don't feel like picking up my phone, so leave a message at the tone. I swear I'm not doing anything.
Online.
I'm gonna kick my feet
Up Tory.
and turn the TV on, throw my hand in my pants. Nah, I'll be lounging on the couch, just chilling in my snuggie. Click to MTV so they can teach me how to Dougie. 'Cause in my castle, I'm the freaking
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Yes, I said it, I said it, said it 'cause I can. Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna lay in my bed.
Gila, Pak, si paling kombo dah lu.
Feel like picking up my phone, leave a message at the tone. 'Cause today I swear I'm not doing anything, nothing at all. Ex with a really nice girl, have some really nice sex. She's gonna scream out, this is great. Yeah, I might mess around and get my college degree. Then my old man will be so proud of me. Sorry, Bob, you'll just have to wait. Yes, I said it,
Ini juga 50 first viewersnya cuma 45 gue yoi. Dodge ke dalam dia anjing. Ya Allah. Emang dodge nggak boleh pakai duluan. 1431 anjing, nggak smurfing lebih aja. Gue dot segoblok. Udah mau main Dre, emang ya? Betul pas dulu. Gue cerita anjing. Oh, you know, I ask you to change. Coba cek dulu. Oh, I ask you if you look okay, and I say. Belum, masih bisa game ini mah.
Queen tie.
Sini gue mandi.
Three, two, one, brawl.
Tadi gue rank gak sih? Kena lagi bangsat. Aduh goblok Andre. Ya Allah, harusnya menang jadi kalah nggak.
Player
Oh,
one
ngentot.
wins.
Kayak di spam doang anjing. Mandi dulu ah.
It's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Heat and saw what he could do on the Jet yesterday. But it's not just about the Jets, though, right? I want to put you guys on the spot real quick because we are seeing kind of the similar players in terms of stats every single day in the show, too. But is there anyone that you guys feel like deserves a little bit of love? They're not really being talked about in the conversation of Heat and Tens. Maybe not necessarily that Jet player that you've been impressed with, you've loved watching.
Yeah, I have a couple actually, mainly on the 100 Thieves roster. I think Ethan and Nitro in particular have done really solid things on those supportive roles. The Sky, the Omen, the Sage. They play a lot of those like kind of glue pieces that allows Asuna to shine. So hats off to those two and just pretty much the whole 100 Thieves lineup for making it through already.
Yeah, obviously I'd like to see, for example, players like Nats in there. I think Mind Freak does a great job on Astra, so yeah, some credit to them.
Not just all the Jets.
Exactly, some assists, please.
We'll make it happen, Kuka, I promise. But for now, it's time to head to a break. We'll take a closer look at the elimination match between SMB and Paper X next. talked about before the break. Some massive elimination matches coming up today. And let's start with Paper X versus SMB. Now, Paper X, they had Vision Strikers as their opening opponent. And I think I speak for everybody that they blew all of our expectations out of the water.
Yeah, completely. I have to say it. We saw great performances. I saw lots of great energy and preparation for that match in specific. But you know, Vision Strikers and the way that they adapt in game is just crazy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of disagree. After that first Vision Strikers game, I was like, Vision Strikers doesn't look that good, which then makes me think Paper Rex isn't good for losing to them. But I was wrong. They were both really good.
Okay.
Vision Strikers ended up destroying Ascend in that matchup to advance through the group. So now I look back on that series with Paper Rex and I'm thinking, oh, wow. Actually, a lot of these plays were very well thought out. And I think Forsaken, if he can have a series like that again, this team can upset the way through the playoffs.
I mean, do you feel like they're one of the dark horses right now, Sean? And especially given the fact they're the sole representation of their region left.
Yeah.
They've got all to play for.
Yeah, that was Ben Kai on the stream. That's what we're laughing at. The guy's such a character. But I think they have true upset potential, and everyone counted them out coming into this tournament with the three powerhouses in their bracket, right? They had SMB, they have Ascend, they have Vision Strikers. Everyone didn't talk about Paper X. It's just an afterthought. And here they are. They're putting up good performances against the #1 seed advancing from their group.
And we were talking about it on the first day, saying that this is the group of death. And if this is the second seed of SEA, I'm so sad that we didn't get to see Brain Esports here because I feel like they were doing a great job. I feel like that we saw that day, I think it was second day. We're going to see some more today, and I feel it's going to be a pretty close one.
This is the point, right? People thought this was the group of death because of Vision Strikers, SMB, and Ascend.
Exactly.
But actually, Paper Rex is making that kind of deathly component even more deadly. But we got to talk about one of their players, Forsaken. You know, it's impossible to kind of look at that region as a whole and not speak about him. And also, Kukuka, he's only 17 years old.
Exactly, the youngest on the team. And of course, we need to talk about the Jets, of course. Him and the Vi made an incredible duo. He's just so strong, opening the sides with the operator. It doesn't matter what you do. And his reactions mid-game, I really like them. But sometimes I feel like they're kind of like a coin flip.
Yeah, and that first blood stat on the screen, that is outrageous. Yeah. That is the highest in the entire event. And he is on a losing team. He lost both of his maps, and he has the highest first blood percentage in the entire tournament. That's incredible. That's actually insane that he had that kind of success and they still lost those maps.
I mean, we speak about all of the different Jets in this tournament. We heard from Buzz as well. He feels like the Korean Jet is actually the strongest. But Sean, do you feel like there are any differences here between even Forsaken and the rest of the Jet players in the tournament?
I just think the entire region gives a lot of freedom to their duelists, right? So when I watch them play, they can make those very aggressive individual plays, and they don't have to worry about their teammates being like, oh, you shouldn't have peeked that. We were up numbers. Like, play passively. When I watch those players, they're just like all gas, no breaks. They just keep going. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-on-3. They'll keep going till everyone's gone.
That's part of like the coin flip that I was mentioning, because if you don't keep a leash on your Jet, sometimes it goes a little bit crazy. He does have amazing strats, but then when he starts playing with the team and just focus on, okay, it's not just me, we're part of a team, let's just go step by step, things go wrong.
And well, speaking of Forsaken, let's hear from the man himself.
I think I would say we play pretty well in the match, but because like we have like I would say like stupid mistake, so that make us lose. I think we could have won if we not doing that kind of mistake. For the next match coming up for Super Massive Blaze team, some of their players have like a good aim, and they also like because of the EMEA team, they also like play a lot of tactical stuff. I really want to play against, I think, Sentinel. I also want to see like Sentinel Tense aim. I want to fight him really much because I want to prove also that my aim is better than him. You guys should ready of my aggressive style, you know, because if you meet me, I think I'm gonna one tap you right away.
Yo, okay.
I love this interviews. I honestly love them.
Scream isn't here, but Sean, we've got another one-tap king by the looks of it.
I don't even think Scream is that confident. I love the confidence he's displaying. That's exactly what you want in your star duelist, though. You want someone that's fearless, and even when they're down, say, 0-4 in their opening duels, they know they're the best player in the server, and they're going to keep going at it until it works.
You need the electricity on the Jet, and he's only 17, but he's that confident. A great future for him, for sure.
I mean, he already spoke a little bit about their opponent today, Supermassive Blaze. For him, you know, they are good aimers with some tactical prowess as well. We are very, very familiar with that. But let's talk about them a little bit more, because today is the first time in this tournament, Sean, where they're going to be going up against a team that isn't from their region.
Yeah, kind of wild that they had an opening, like, interregional matchup there with Ascend. But here's the lineup on the screen. The man on your left, Izzy, he was unknown until a couple months ago, but now he's bursted onto the scene. He's locking in the Duelist, the Rays, the Jets, and he's tearing things up. But Poro was actually the man to watch in their opening matchup. He's typically in that Sentinel role, Killjoy Cypher. He actually locked in a Viper when we saw him against Ascent, and he still put up monster numbers.
Yeah, we saw some changes. As you mentioned, the Viper power with the IGL and, you know, coming fresh into the tournament. And also Russ and Turco, obviously the clutcher of the team. A lot of firepower in this team. We feel like when they get extra aggressive and extra comfortable, the match is theirs. But what happened on that first one? Oh, that was a letdown.
I think they played a little bit off of their game, right? Even Turco, we saw Turco play a Sky in that series, and I consider Turco a Sage one trick almost, and he is insane on that Sage roll. Maybe they were trying to throw curveballs Ascent's way, different game plan, but I would expect him to go back on Sage here.
It's not only that. I feel like they were trying to adapt to what other regions and other, you know, teams are playing. Import like the double controller, not be so focused on keeping power on the Sentinel. But it didn't go well. It didn't go well.
Do you feel like there was a bit of an identity crisis, Kakuka? Because
Probably.
in EMEA, they played so differently than what we saw here.
Exactly. I feel like they were in their comfort zone. They knew exactly what the other teams do and how they can counter it. But going into an international event and having to face all of that, you need to make some changes and adjust it. But maybe they adjust them too much for the outsiders, that when they came to Ascend, they didn't know what to do.
I mean, one guy who's not going to be doing anything too different is Izzy. You mentioned him already, Sean. Tell me why he's been so impressive.
He's just so aggressive. He's the aggression on the team, right? He plays these duelists, and his first blood statistics are always fantastic. He's a little bit less explosive than someone like Forsaken, but that doesn't mean he's not an incredible aimer. You'll see him, you know, bust out the operator all the time, and yeah, he just has tons of impact on these duelist rolls. Look at this.
He's going to go on the aggression, but I feel like for Supermassive Blaze, it's not, especially since they're so good on the attack, it's not about the Jet getting the entry pick, because when they decide on a site, they all go and explode almost at the same time. So Izzy's not that flashy when you have a count that everybody goes in at the same time.
I mean, we speak about star players here, Kakuka. How much of a star player potential do you think a player like Izzy has?
How do I measure that?
PKF?
It's hard because I need to see how they do in international, because as we said, we've only seen them against Ascend, and we had already seen that. So I feel like Ascend were prepared for that one. I hope that he performs well today, because he has Forsaken on the other side.
Yeah, I think I was actually disappointed with both of the Sovas, right? So Russ on one side, and then on the other side, you know, I think Shiba Shiba is the Sova that we're looking at on Paper X. Both of them kind of had underwhelming first series, so I look for both of those to bounce back here too as well.
Well, speaking of bouncing back, Izzy sounded a little bit frustrated in their opening match, but he is confident that SMB will bounce back.
Bizim için kötü bir maçtı. İstediğimiz oyunu oynayamadık. Daha iyi oynamamız lazımdı. Kazanmak için gelmiştik. Maçta büyük ihtimal Paper X karşımıza gelecek. Öbür maçta da büyük ihtimal Vision Strikes oynayacağız. Yani ikisini de yenebilecek seviyedeyiz ve büyük ihtimal ikisini de yeneceğiz. Şu zamana kadar desteklerini esirgemeyen Türk taraflarına teşekkürler. Bundan sonra da bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Gruptan çıkıp turnuvayı en iyi şekilde bitireceğiz. Sinet'le aramda güzel bir rekabet var. Türkiye'den Avrupa'ya taşıdık bunu. O zaten Avrupa'da oynuyordu, ben Türkiye'de. Ve Sinet'le yakın görüyorum oyunumuzu. Bugün o galip geldi. İnşallah bir dahakinde de ben galip geleceğim.
I mean, we got to remember that they are here to represent Turkey, arguably one of, if not the biggest Valorant regions in the world. And Kukuka, they've said this in the past. There's always pressure when they're on the stage because they know what the fans want.
Yeah, and also Isim mentioning that he's always in the competition against CNET, you know, for the star Turkish player, especially on the Jet. We're talking about representing regions. SMB is all in for Turkey.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about SMB because if they win this game, they're going to have that rematch against the Send. And oh my goodness, those teams, I mean, you saw in the interview just now, he actually expected to play Vision Striker, so maybe they're looking ahead a little bit too far. They're in for a surprise if they have to play Send again.
I mean, all the EMEA teams are always confident about their own region, aren't they?
They could leave this, even if they win today and next time they lose against the Send, they could literally leave the tournament with only one matchup against an international team.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Let's not think about that yet, because SMB and Paper Eggs, they are getting ready to hit the stage. We will be back after this quick commercial break.
Hello, horse.
Three, two, one, brawl!
Salah movement gue goblok.
got the
Player
stats
two
in. This is the top 5 players in the tournament according to assists. I know you've wanted this for a few days now, and as you can see up here, average assist 9.3 up there for Mako.
That is
Chronicle,
crazy.
Yeah, Mindfreak RB, and then Coldamenta too.
Okay, first of all, I'm never gonna say NA Production again. Thank you very much, team. This is crazy. Lovely to see 2 players from Vision Strikers here. Mako probably with the Viper, you know, it's not only the wall, that tells us a lot about him. Chronicle from Gambit. Mindfreak actually that we're gonna see now on the stage for Paper Rex. I feel like he did amazingly, especially on Haven with the Astra. That is crazy. And Coldamenta, you know, Coldamenta and RB. Some props to the Sovas in the sky. Let's go. I love this graphic.
You love to see the Sovas up there because that means their recons are getting those pings in, they're getting drone tags. All of those things give you assists. So typically when you see Sovas way up there on that board, that means their teams are probably very successful.
Oh, I like that. That's the how you tell, right?
Yeah.
How they play as a team. But you spoke about Mindfreak as well, Kukuga, who's going to be playing today. Why do you think that he's someone that we should keep an eye out for? Because obviously on paper, Forsaken is the player you want to watch.
I mean, obviously, yes, but I feel like it's one of those, you know, we don't pay a lot of attention to the Astros because you can only see on the map what they're doing most of the time. But I feel like he was counter-stratting and using his utility to counter the other team's utility. And that means a lot because you don't see on the map what's going on. You just hear it. You go with the call that your team is giving you and you make the decision.
Yeah, he did a really good job of, you know, popping those nebulas, the smokes up in the middle of the site during executes as like a reactive play. And why that is particularly good is because when you practice your strategies on the attack side, you're dry running in a server without any people, and you're like, this is how it's going to go. We go here, here, here. But you don't plan for a random smoke in like the middle of the site, right? So then you have to adapt on the fly. So he's making teams work real hard to find him.
Yeah, and speaking of the Sova you mentioned as well, you know, how much does Russ need to step up today? Because I know you said earlier he was a little bit lackluster in that first series.
Yeah, I definitely think that Russ, when I watch his online performances so far, was better than that initial series. But like we mentioned previously, SMB were trying a lot of different things in that opening matchup, and it was a rematch against a team they defeated online. So I look for him to bounce back today. I know he's a great player, and I know he's going to bounce back.
Whatever happened on that first day, they need to forget about it and just did what Crazy Raccoons did yesterday. Okay, everything that we prepared, I mean, some things went good, some things went wrong. We need to take, especially the ones that went wrong, for them not to happen again. They do have the perfect opportunity to bounce back. Are they going to be able to? Well, let's see.
I mean, this is the question, right? Because for Paper Rex, they're not massively expected to win here. I think the pressure is off a little bit. But for SMB, again, for Turkey, for EMEA, there's going to be a lot of concerns if they don't do well here.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, we kind of expected Paper Rex to be here just because they were going up against Vision Strikers. But we saw Supermassive Plays win against Ascent earlier this year. So that is the big question.
Yeah, I think if Paper Rex wants to take out a Titan like SMB in this matchup, they're going to have to up their defensive game. That's something that completely was absent in the Vision Striker series. They only won 25% of their defense rounds, and they played 24 rounds. They played 12 rounds of all of their defensive halves. So that is just not going to cut it, and especially when you're dealing with aimers like SMB is stacked with.
But what do SMB need to do then? Because it's not handed to them on a plate, right?
Yeah. I think SMB really just need to focus on the basics, right? Just sticking together, trading the kills, using your aim, and setting up into the sites, and doing the comps that they're most familiar with, right? Do what got you here, and you don't need to throw any new curveballs for these like out of your region matchups.
I'm going to disagree with you just in a tiny little spot. I know that you like it.
Sure.
One thing that we saw SMB do a lot is the fact that Paura, even though he was playing super well the other day, he likes to push. When they do not have the means to gather that information, he's like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to push. And that is another coin flip. So I really do not like that, especially in special parts of the maps, because it's something that you can easily expect from them. So they got to play around it. And I know he's going to perform well, but he needs to be careful.
Well, I actually completely agree with you. Normally, if you watch their games, Para has tremendous success in these opening duels. But so far in this term, he's 5-10 in opening duels. And having that come out of a Sentinel player or a Viper is just, it's like catastrophic, right? Like you lose all that utility across the map and your players are just scrambling, trying to pick up the pieces. So he can't have a first blood statistic like that here today.
Well, I'm going to let you guys put your money where your mouth is super quickly and give me your predictions for this. Kukuga, who are you backing?
Before knowing the maps?
Yeah.
I'm going to say SMB.
Oh man, do I just go with I kind of want to go with
Are
the
you a
underdog
paper
pick.
boy?
No,
Yeah.
disagree with me.
I
Are
kinda
you a
wanna-
paper boy?
I kind of do. I kind of want to be a paper boy.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Sean is a
2-1.
paper boy today. Lovely. Well, that is enough from us. It's time to welcome the competitors onto the stage for this elimination match to start day 6 of Masters Berlin.
Ini nggak usah apa ya anjing.
A masterpiece lasts forever, while the artist will find death awaiting every turn. A moment that will outlive me, to become eternal, or to be forgotten. Ars longa, vita brevis.
Banget ya anjing. Grafiknya sih.
Art is eternal. Life is short.
Pas 19 kan, baru 15.
We are a strong team, but when we get on the stage, we got nervous.
Crew looked in the driving seat for so much of that match. Envy closing out in convincing fashion. Crew have to make their numbers count.
We work hard to get here. We have all the potential. We have the firepower. We have the people.
I think we're prepared to play against you, KD.
O time sempre tem aquele pico de animação e de calma. A gente consegue controlar isso muito bem.
Heartbreak for Zeta, but I just didn't see enough from them. Good luck for Vivo Key coming out of this.
I wouldn't want to face them.
A gente conhece o estilo de jogo deles e a expectativa é que eu tô bem ansioso para jogar contra os meninos.
Another kill coming in for Kellogg's.
Being one of the top 8 teams at this event is everything we hope for.
2-0 in this series, they will be going to playoffs.
But I think now we stepped up a lot.
D2 versus Sentinels rematch.
We're more confident than we've been ever in the game. We're learning things, for example, the play styles of Korea or how D2 likes to play.
They got the one map last time around, and this time they have what it takes.
We're not gonna change much, to be honest. We're just gonna play most tight.
Certainly upset potential.
Biz zaten genellikle default oynayan bir takımız ve bu antrenmanlarımızda buna göre çalışıyoruz. O yüzden herhangi bir problem yaşayacağımızı sanmıyorum.
For SMB teams match, I want to prove we can get qualified to champion. I'm getting better from this tournament.
Takım arkadaşlarımla başardığım için mutluyum.
E essa vitória tem que crescer pra gente.
We're building something here, but G2 is from Berlin. This is our town.
better wake up, man. They got a really important game ahead of themselves right here. I don't like what I'm seeing out there.
You love it, Sean. You love it.
I love it.
Oh, it's just crazy seeing the players pull up these performances. They just woke up, you know? They're just chilling. Oh my god, is it game day? Okay.
I gotta say, the commitment to that vid, the teeth brushing, putting his glasses on. I love that so much. And of course, Benkai is one of the best personalities we've seen in this tournament. There he is. There he is. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see how they perform because Kakuka, SMB, they are no joke.
Yeah, no joke completely. But I don't see them as comfortable right now as Paper Rex because they wanted to bring the show. Maybe they're just completely focused. They know exactly what's at stake. So let's see what they do.
Yeah, and look at Izzy right there, the voice of reason within the team. Yeah, just talking to everyone, calming them down, going into the match. It's just a totally different vibe between the teams.
Yeah, they're in the zone right now, but we gotta talk about maps as well. We've already seen both of these teams play before. Kakuka, talk me through their comfort picks and bans.
Well, when it comes to SMB, we know that they're good on some maps. We know that there are maps that they're not comfortable at all. We haven't seen them really on Breeze. It's something that they don't like to play. But anything can happen. These two teams play very different matches the other day.
Yeah, and Paper Rex, they banned Bind the last time we saw them play against Vision Strikers. Of course, SMB, they banned Breeze. You know, they don't really play Breeze at all. Only one time as well. So maybe we'll see something similar today. But we will be starting up with the bans first of all. And wow, okay, Sean, SMB, they've decided to ban Icebox.
It's not very standard by any means for SMB, but this is one of Paper Rex's strongest maps. Before that Vision Striker series, they were 12-1 on the map.
Okay, so Bind is open now that we know the Paper Rex has banned Ascend. It's not a bad map for them, but it's an excellent map for SMB. So I understand that they do not want to play on that one. Oh man, the fact that SMB actually, oh my god.
Yeah, they floated Breeze, but Haven is their choice right off the bat. What do you make of this, Kakuka?
This is a hard one. I feel like SMB has like too much of an old composition, and the other day Paper Rex against Vision Strikers, that was a really close one. So I don't know what to make out of this.
Yeah, this is so interesting right now, the way the veto is going. I actually love how this is happening right now. The teams are picking into their opponent's weaknesses right now. It feels like they're each locking in and vetoing things that the other team is really bad at or really good at.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the second map. Of course,
obviously.
It's going to be Breeze, you know. SMB leaving this open, they're going to pick it.
I am scared because obviously we're going to see changes. We're going to see a different SMB playing on this Breeze. We saw, for example, and we're going to see changes on the comp for sure. Crazy Raccoons did that yesterday. It worked out perfectly, but some teams have tried the same and the result was not the best. They knew that obviously if they didn't ban it, it was going to be 100% in.
Oh, an SMB lock-in defense there too. I'm literally getting chills right now because it's the first veto so far in this event where teams have gone at their opponent's attack, their weaknesses and strengths, as opposed to picking what they're comfortable with. So this is just like going to be such a wild best of 3 to watch.
Yeah, of course, it's an elimination match. They're bringing all the big dogs out, and Split will be the decider if we go there. We haven't seen Paper Rex play Split yet, but I kind of wanna, because what are they gonna play?
Exactly, so that is the big question. They have played like 50 different comps. It doesn't really matter. They've tried everything. What I want from them today is double controller. I want Astra and Raze plays.
Yeah, and if it gets to Split, it is going to be crazy because it is a map that they're not statistically all that great on, but we don't know the strengths of the regions, right? So they might actually be, you know, gods at Split at this event. It could play out any way.
Well, Split will be the third map, but let's talk about the first one first. Haven. We've seen Paper Rex play already. I think everybody has a degree of expectations, but Kakuka, the last time we saw SMB on this map, they got smashed by Gambit.
Listen, you cannot go... It's impossible to win Gambit on Haven. It's a permaban, okay?
Well,
but
Brekka on the Jet.
Have you seen the Brekka on the Jet? Have you seen Brekka on the Reyna? And, you know, it's just crazy. So let's forget about that one, because what's the counter strat to no strat? That's what we said on EMEA finals. But I feel like they're gonna bring in some changes. That is literally what this team needs. But I feel like Paper X are gonna be incredibly strong because they have practiced it already on the tournament.
Yeah, this is a map, like you said, they played this against Vision Strikers, and I think Benkai, this was one of his worst performances I've seen out of him on the Cypher role. So I look for him to bounce back. I mean, Vision Strikers hits, we saw them yesterday, they're so layered, it's very difficult to stop at as a Cypher. I would imagine he has a lot more success against a drier team like SMB.
Well, do you feel like, Sean, that the Vision Strikers game, can we read that much into it? Because Vision Strikers and SMB, they're totally different teams.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying, is that Benkai struggled against that Vision Strikers team, but that doesn't mean that he's going to struggle today against SMB. It's a very, very different style he's dealing with. Now he's dealing with, like I said, the aimers, the dry aimers, and like minimal utility and teamwork to enter sites as opposed to just overwhelming with utility.
Yeah, my problem with SMB is when they get lost in all that aggression, because Paper X is going to be able to read into that and to actually manage to move the map around them more than otherwise.
And Kakuka, you spoke of some changes here we could possibly see from SMB. What would you like to see? What should I stray away from?
I would like to not see Omen. That's my first thing. I feel like one thing that every single team has learned, and us during this tournament, is the potential that an Astra can give you. You know, the fact that she can also work as a sentinel and give you, you know, just more utility to work on both sides. Yeah, that is basically what I want.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Astra right now in the meta is probably the best controller, especially when it comes down to comparing him to like a Brimstone, comparing to our Brimstone or an Omen. So I would love to see that.
And also, maybe not the Sage on Turco, but as you said, Sean, I love Turco on Sage.
Oh,
so I can.
Sean wants to see the Sage, though.
I want to see it.
But as you guys can see now, Agent Select here, of course, the agents, both, all of these players have picked the most from stage 3 so far. Again, we've seen Paper X play already. They ran the Jet, Sky, Astra, Cypher, Sova, I believe, when they played Haven last time. So maybe, they're not going to change things too many times.
Oh, no.
But Brave, I looked in that one thing that Kakuka you didn't want to see.
Exactly. The one thing starting off strong. I mean, it can work. I mean, you have to be comfortable because you obviously need 100% to win this map. It's your pick, so if they have decided to go with this composition, they have something new at least.
Yeah, and I think Omen on Haven isn't that bad of a pick, mainly because his paranoia down those long lanes like C-Long, even cutting through, you know, the sewers area of A. It's just such a useful piece of utility on this map.
And also we have to mention, obviously, we were saying Paper X has already played in this tournament on this map, so maybe they have studied that to perfection, and maybe they just want to repeat what Vicious Strikers were doing.
Absolutely no changes from Paper X, and also no changes whatsoever from SMB either. Are you concerned, Kakuka?
A little bit. Give me 5 rounds and then come back to me.
Yeah,
I am a little bit.
But it's okay. We'll let you have some time, Kakuka, to watch this game in peace, because for now we're gonna toss it up to 2 people to send us through map 1, Pansy and Hypok.
Well, Kakuka's in pieces. Just don't show me an Omen. Hey, Joe, I'll be fine if they don't have an Omen. First pick.
First pick.
Oh, it's not a good start to the day for Kakuka. However, I'm okay with an Omen. I'm not too fussed just yet. The veto is something we'll touch on in a moment's time, because that's a whole different thing. But coming into this now, what are your thoughts? Especially, let's lean into that Omen then. What are your thoughts with that coming out?
I think this is fairly indicative of what sort of play style we're going to see from Supermassive Blaze. And I think in particular, you think back to that Vision Striker series, how much we were talking about them willing to sit so deep and allow Paper X to kind of overextend. Speaking of that, Forsaken, straight up towards lobby, and actually the ping's going to get on the Pora. Forsaken finds the opening.
Yeah, but it's the rest of it that's a problem as well. That B hit is still finding very little success. Sheba even going to claim Turco, and it's down to 2, and they're already the walking wounded. Nice and Brave are going to have to do something quite miraculous in this one, and it's not going to happen. Very clean start for Paper X there. And again, some of the key points we touched on before when casting these guys was someone like Forsaken. He will not stop doing this.
Well, and let's look actually the flip side. That just coming back to the composition, right? There's nothing in place to kind of get Izzy online other than him being aggressive to find those opening jewels almost on his own back. Forsaken, actually, with Paper X as a whole here, they cover both sides of the coin. They have Devi and they have Forsaken that can kind of just do these little set pieces, also with Mind Freak in the early round as well.
Yep.
So a lot of possibilities here for Paper X to actually cause some real problems for Supermassive Blaze.
And we were thoroughly impressed with Devi as well. I think it was that 1-2 punch. Yes, Forsaken is always going to be a headliner, right? He catches the eye for a good reason. Of course he's re-peeking it. Of course he's re-peeking it. Just showing the strength of the Marshal. we've already seen some of that Brazilian flair. Why not throw in some Turkish flair to this one? As SMB not quite having the chance yet. There it is, suddenly changing hands. The right click on the classic will always strike fear into just about everyone. But now look at Shiba trying to take that space back. Really good approach. A little dangerous, a little risky to put himself up there, but he wants to reclaim that territory, joined as well in sewer by Device. So that's going to be working in tandem. And Poro and Turco still over towards spawn side, and Shiba happy to use that weapon advantage and well aware of the final player. Lovely work in the end, kept it calm after what was a little bit of a sketchy start there. A couple of exchanges that put them on their toes, but they had players in the right place.
For sure. I think this is Paper X, I guess, trying to set the tone of what they want. And then again, this kind of plays into what I was talking about. With Brave, they don't really have this mid-round pivot. They don't have the opportunity to kind of call these audibles. They have to wait and see what Paper X is going to do and make a decision based upon that. So this is interesting to see the first 2 rounds go this way. Again, good ultimate progress towards Shiba and Forsaken. Again, we know what he's capable with the Blade Storm, so that's a big tick in the box in my eyes. Whether or not we see SMB lean a little heavier, which we are here, towards A lobby to maybe contest this.
Yeah, but Forsaken's going to re-peek it every time. It took so long for him to even be tamed off those aggressive peaks. It's not like he'll suddenly fall back, suddenly play a bit more passive. That's something to get used to throughout this game. And Shiba might put himself up for a trade. They both swung at the same time, and he's going to progress up long. And Shiba may as well do this. Yeah, what a pickup as well. That's a rifle. Brave caught sleeping in this. Maybe they were the ones walking out brushing their teeth in the bathrobes. Already, that's a little dangerous. Looking at the purchase, though, they do have 2 rifles. Mindfreak and Device still have that. So for them, that's a lovely benefit. And obviously that op coming up for Forsaken so early on in this. So these 4 other rifles aren't exactly pound for pound substantially higher than the opposing buy.
SMB will try and end up on C here again. Divine Shiba happy to sit outside. Garage and give this up. Mindfreak as well. He's going to be called upon, but...
Oh, the timing.
I think he just missed that. They're walking onto site here.
Yeah, he just missed that timing. And he's still going to get 1, which is incredible value for this. And Izzy's made a meal of it. Gets caught on the way out, trying to move around to the site. And look at this. I've got to say it. Paper X look absolutely on today. And Russ is now buried as well.
Wow.
That's the bonus converted Paper X. These guys are looking sharp right now. And I'm a bit worried here. Everything was right. And honestly, the reason that got slightly closer was just a bit of awkward timing. It happens. You look away from the push through Garage just to check on long. It happens. He still got 1 on that repeat.
Again, the contingencies there. There's an extra body actually in hand outside
2
Garage.
at the back of
2
Garage.
1 C site. It's
easy.
You can play trades in that scenario, especially when they find that first blood on Brave, which, again, he invests his smoke off the rip. So straight away, if they don't actually gain anything from that, there's a timer. They have to wait until they're in a position where they can execute anywhere else.
And while we're in a bit of a Chico, a half buy, a little bit of a lighter purchase from SMB, I like that. Being, I guess, aware of what you're doing on the map. You take that space towards A long, you make that pressure on sewer time and time again. Okay, well, if they're not coming here, we've already taken that territory, why not stack towards the other side? Take that space as well, be aware of the repercussion to our actions. I really like that from Paper X. Didn't love that from Izzy, couldn't make anything of that.
Almost just trying to get something from nothing, actually. Before they can get spotted over the top of logs there. Poor will find 1. Mindfreak don't... Okay, it's a little awkward, but he will find 2 on the back of it.
That makes it a little clean towards the end. It is a 3v2, but the safety net that's in place for Paper X is more substantial, as you're seeing with the ults coming out. Now it's just down towards Russ. More armor, needed the shot cleanly, he's not going to get a divide. This is clean work, 3 alive again for Paper X. They're now going to start stringing together the economy. Op is back into the hands as well, so they don't have to repurchase that, spend all those credits. It's all good. They get to build and build and build. This is when it gets snowbally. This is when it can get in your head. A lot of pressure now on SMB.
But again, this lean towards A in the early round, I don't think SMB actually have made real progress, at least within the first 20 seconds or so, other than Poor on C long, which is not really being given anything on the side of Paper X. They now need to re-explore something else, or I guess try and force the issue on A, because they've not won this out once. It's been Shiba and Forsaken. This time around, Benkai is actually over towards A site. But they've gained nothing by doing this in the previous rounds, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm looking to see that benefit. Now, this is new. Forsaken going walkabout on C long, and you're right, it's Izzy who will have the op as well. If you've watched the prior games, you can see why Izzy is posted on that. They've been watching tape, they know exactly these sort of looks that Forsaken will go for. Now they have the player advantage.
And this is the thing, this is what we saw Vision Strikers do. They were happy to sit in anticipation of Forsaken doing exactly this. This time it will create an opportunity here for SMB. And they'll have to sit tight for the time being. Haven't used any smokes just yet, so we don't have to wait for those cooldowns on the side of Brave. still sat here, turret set up. Spot out Sheba getting a little curious in mid. Look at this right now. Nobody is in front of spawn or boxes or window or anything on the side of Supermassive Blaze.
And I quite like Seekers being invested as well. It will give a little bit more, I guess, faith in positioning for that Cypher sat on an island. They know that it's still this C/mid lane. And it will mean that pretty much all of this pressure might go towards Mindfreak. Back of the plateau, he does have support from Devi, and we are going to have the ult coming in. It's not going to push them out of positions too far. It will mean they're aware of where they can sit, and it does at least give SMB the step towards the site. Is he leading the way? Mindfreak at the back, pinged out, he knows it. Oh, wait. Okay, good positioning from Russ to make sure that was going to be picked up. But Divine, nice little high flash, does find one. Follow-up, not going to happen. The jump peak was a little off kilter. And now we have Benkai. A 1v2 presented. He just got the first out of the third. They line up! Oh my, oh my. My heart skipped a beat, but Pora claims it. This is big from SMB, and they needed that. But again, it was a costly round. It wasn't an easy round. That was a couple, I mean, the ults were coming out. Everything was coming around. Even with that entry, you think how much they had to invest just for that side take.
Absolutely. And you think about all the things that actually, once 30 seconds rolls past, 45 seconds roll past, what a PaperX got to deal with. It comes up the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, all these things that they're actively gathering information, right? They can make a decision based on that. People in the right place. Unfortunately, SMB are able to weather the storm, I guess, in that sense, and still end up on C, but that's another thing.
Hold on, I want to see if he's actually really reading this well. Forsaken is constantly controlling this area. You noted it earlier, winning this fight predominantly with the others. And again, sitting super deep, but look at the amount of space Forsaken's taking here. Now, I don't know if he's working dry from this point onwards. It's just him. He doesn't have the Sky, to help him out. He doesn't have anyone else to set him into motion. And you can see SMB are very aware, now extremely aware of what he's up to. Now, somehow Benkai claimed a quick kill through Garage while that was happening. But it is a 4v4. And Devi looked like he was willing to maybe give it a crack. But again, he's only got that Spectre, so has to sit a little deeper.
I love this. So they've tucked Benkai into Cubby here. Mindfreak will retreat. No audio cue given away just yet. But again, we're going to see the counter peek from Mindfreak, or even taking first contact debate for Benkai.
Attention,
yeah.
Because you know SMB are fully focused. There we go. There's the peek, and actually great work from Brave. The hard clear on the corner after we've not seen that look yet. We hadn't seen that. It had purely been the Astra back of sight or plateau, just kind of playing around it, or platform, whatever you like to call it. And again, brilliant approach from SMB. I want to highlight that. That's really diligent work from them. And this is a big correction in something that could have massively caught them out here.
And actually look at who they find on the other side, and if PaperX has done their homework, finding Pora there, I think they anticipate that's the weaker side of this default. He's there to make sure that nothing kind of slips through the net. And again, the adjustment, perfect on both sides, right? They anticipate, they found the lurk, expecting SMB to end up on C. They try and address that, but like you said, diligence on the side of SMB. Nearly a nice little set piece as well, with a gravity well or something to enable Benkai there.
Could have been dirty.
Could have been a different story.
Oh yeah, plenty of potential. Now the rest of SMB will back away from the site, keep all the weaponry that they've garnered, and 4 alive is very important. Their money would have been waning, they've been having some rough rounds, even in the victories, but this is much better, going to stabilize them going forward. And on the other side, we still have Sheba and Devi keeping theirs as well, so they'll be able to bring those through to the next round just fine. But a couple of answers now found. This is, I guess, stabilizing moments from SMB, and we need them to show this kind of tempered approach, which doesn't necessarily suit them. That was a shot and a half.
Yeah, I didn't even, we obviously saw the other side of that from Benkai, but that was, I guess, genuinely the opener. But again, the perfect response in terms of structure. Somebody holding whilst Brave pushes up. He then has the time to clear all these angles that, maybe if they're a little spaced apart, they don't have that opportunity.
I have to say, SMB, I think they're a team that's easy to underestimate because they had a very hard first game. They're a team that you could easily overlook, but I promise you do not. This event has yet to really show their colors, but already that opening exchange once again happening towards Sewer.
SMB actively now trying to take back Lobby from the control of PaperX. They'll freeze for a moment. Utility burnt up, but again, with this composition, you look towards the smokes, you look towards the wall, the slow orbs, everything that can really get them onto site in terms of this execute. But 3 members of PaperX still here. Actually, Devi comes across to heal up Forsaken as well.
Yeah, I mean, it works out well off the back of that flash, still confirming that there are players towards long. They know they're still around here. They will commit to this Forsaken. He looked like he was about to turn the flash, but actually the timing's just off by a fraction of a second, and SMB will strike in that time. And now they want to get that site under wraps, but we did have the early lean off the back of that initial information. Shiba is still here, but Brave cracks open the site. That's huge. And now once again, Mind Freak in an unwinnable scenario. Perfect approach from SMB, and that is a Prime Gaming flawless.
Fantastically done. Again, half a second either way there for Forsaken. The Blaze Storm can do some real damage. We saw this tiny set piece a couple of times versus Vision Strikers. And actually, time and time again, they found an opening. They found 1 or 2 kills to string together, and it completely shut down Vision Strikers in this exact scenario, honestly. But I know Kukuka wasn't happy. This adjustment here from SMB, they're waiting. I think they're leaning heavily into Forsaken or potentially Divine, Mindfreak, whoever is going to make these early round moves. And they're not actually relying on these set pieces to get into sight.
I also want to highlight as well, for me, you talk about impact frags. I think Braves had a good few of them.
Yeah.
That clear on long, just into that cubby, was fantastic. Finding, I think it was Benkai. Was it Benkai, I think, who had pushed up on long, sitting a little deeper? And then in that prior round as well, yes, they cleared the double stack on long, still very diligently checking towards hell to make sure the site was actually clear for entry. And clearing it with intent, I think it's an interesting phrase that we talk about every now and then, but there's something about just lazily clearing a corner with no idea that there are players there, but you can see that this guy is really drilled in today, just making sure that everything's in the right place.
I think the other thing here, on the side of Paperworks, I do want to see them kind of walk the line, find the balance between what they're doing now and where they, some rounds potentially where SMB are now going to be stacked up as 5 towards lobby, and they will fight to the death for it. Because again, in terms of Paperworks, they have to spread a little further than SMB can on the attack at least. They have to still worry about mid, they have to still worry about garage. They can't really do these all-in pieces in much of the same way. So early rounds, yes, Forsaken's found it, and actually on the back of those kills probably found the round victories at the end of it. But I want to see a couple of variations now. I want to see a different look, especially if we see Supermassive Blaze now kind of revert back, because they've now won a round effectively with that A lobby control.
Yeah, Mind Freak. Here we go. Let's see your best heat impression. Maybe a 10's impression, depending on what time of the day it is. It's all good. Don't mind. Either or, they've made that thing look miraculous. And SMB just kind of getting the lay of the land. They're not quiet in taking a couple of, not early challenges, but a bit of space. They're already starting to build mid, but look at that push up over towards A. Now, Izzy has been watching that in the background, so that's a battle that's been kind of wedging on his feet. Just what?
Oh no!
What?
Oh. It was such a good setup as well, Lauren.
It was a really quite nice. Didn't end up very nice, though.
Didn't look great. Benkai gets tagged by the recon bolt. Another Prime Gaming flawless for them.
It's not on. That's not getting highlighted, is it?
No, don't want to see that in the post match.
It's not in the montage.
No.
Or maybe it is.
Yeah, for someone.
Yeah. There's this like TikTok where it's just someone spamming on the side and just missing every shot. Oh, production, you're nasty. You're nasty. He was so blind as well. Fully blind.
All right, but this is it. Coming back to the buy round, again, whether we see a switch up here, the first time really we've seen Divide address mid was on that eco round, right, with just pistols. Not liking what I'm seeing initially. Again, it's going to be Forsaken called upon. Aldon actually going to reveal him here, so they've located the operator.
Okay.
Actually, we'll try and find him with the Hunter's Fury.
Ambitious.
We'll get the tag, actually. Okay, Forsaken has to burn his dash.
But Mind Freak is still just finding the bailout, the get out of jail free card if required. They can actually give up the site to an extent. They'll say, okay, you take the site, we'll posture for a retake. We've got it to a 5v4, that's okay. And space-wise, they're all kind of towards CT right now. I want to see that split towards Garage, maybe take a bit more territory here. They do right now at least have SMB locked towards the side. And it looks like Izzy's postured up for a bit more of an aggressive fight. Still a little paranoid about that Garage play coming through. Flash comes in, Izzy getting ready for it. Here we go. Brave's found one, and now Brave from the back of the side knows there's more. But, ooh, these are some Brave crosses. They look panicked, but right now the frags are not coming in just yet on the retake. Forsaken found one, but an instantaneous trade for Russ. As now looking at who's remaining, it is just Forsaken, and nothing is coming through for him here. It might be time to back away, keep that up. See if he can catch a couple on the way out. Yeah, that's not landing, and he's got someone on the flank. SMB are right back in the driving seat after a very shaky start.
Yeah, looking a little more comfortable now in terms of, again, identifying where the operator is, identifying that it's not a stack up, it's not a set piece. He doesn't have Devi in position to kind of flash him into anything. I think they can actually read that perfectly. Right, this is actually where they're leaning away from. They've left him here with an operator, expecting him to find at least one. Again, it's the Aldrone that completely pulls that apart. It's one piece of utility that creates that opportunity. Now, a couple of sheriffs in this, but no Blade Storm. A Marshal in the hand of Mind Freak, and Supermassive Blaze build up.
Double stack, sure. They can't. They wouldn't be bold enough to swing it, would they?
Surely not.
No. Okay, so they're
Surely
waiting for
not.
the flash. And the sheriff, okay. I was kind of interested if they really felt they'd pulled enough attention towards Long then on that Sova. Maybe they went and had a little dabble, but now it's a little late in the day. And they can just hold this for now. You can hear them exploring Long. They're going to hear those steps. They'll know that someone's nearby, but it's patience. And as he's well aware that someone's probably down there. Forsaken has been living in this for the last God knows how many rounds.
This is really interesting because it's actually Forsaken that will take contact, right? This flash doesn't catch him. And then Device swings on the back of it, so...
Who's going to be the one to test it, Pora? Let's see how well this works. Contact now.
Perfect done. Beautiful
Oh,
stuff.
wow. I think that was fantastic. You could see the intention as well, but... there will be the
Still
second layer.
cleared, yes.
Still cleared out. I'm so happy to see this from SMB. They are truly crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Everything is accounted for here. No weak anti-ecos at this point, which is something that has haunted a good couple of teams.
Absolutely. Seen enough of it. Again, talk about heat, talk about yay. Actually, tens as well. Mind Freak will find a tag, but we've got to back away here, and I think they're probably just going to want to make sure. They absolutely do. It's another Prime Gaming flawless for Supermassive Blaze. Get the counter up on screen. I think that's 3 now. Actually, initially dropping 4 rounds, they've answered back with 6 of their own. So able to, again, that setup perfect. Pora knows. I think actually straight away they're trying something ratty here, and Sue is just get out of dodge.
Let's call him Shredder. Do you ever?
Of course I
Ninja
did. Of course I did.
Who's your
Did you just check if I knew who Shredder was?
Yeah.
Oh, Michelangelo, obviously.
Yeah, that does make sense. Leonardo, yeah. Anyway, back into the game 6-4. We do have the buy coming out for Paper X, and obviously they're now in the spot with money where it's that constant back and forth down to the sheriffs and marshals and odds and ends. Alt. Pora's going to invest his towards that B side. Clear out actually, kind of garage, a backside. This actually can facilitate a C hit quite nicely. So let's see if that does translate. Already Izzy going to confirm someone was on the site, so again, they should be able to start making that progress if they wanted to off it. That does force out the Seekers. And they're actually gonna, no, it's a whiff. It's a horrible whiff. No. Again, yes, Pora has great aim. We all know that. Anyone who's got a pair of eyes knows that.
Well,
I mean,
I'll tell you who didn't have a pair of eyes in that situation, Devi.
Yeah, he's got the hand warmers just on. He's been copying the style. It's a nightmare.
It's a bit throwy.
It's a bit throwy. It happens. It's rough when you see it happen in a game like this, because it's enough to make you frustrated. It's enough to take that confidence away from a player, and we've seen what can happen with Devi when he's on a good game. So hopefully that doesn't, echo throughout. But Forsaken is still alive, and there is still 30 seconds. Brave towards the side. He's still alive, and you can see there's still danger with Forsaken, but it's nothing compared to the 4 that now still stand for SMB.
SMB now 7-4 up, an opportunity actually to close out 8-4. Yes, there will be a purchase on the side of Paper X, but again, even with that loss bonus, I don't think it's going to be a full purchase. A great flash. Devi was completely blind. It needed to be the other way around.
It looked like it got around the corner, but I guess it just...
It looked like Pora should have been blind.
Yeah. Look, I main Sky. I am also blind most of the time. Do not worry. I feel
play with you. I'm blind most of the time.
That implies you've ever actually bothered to play with me rather than just like running in and inting on Jet. That's a solid meme. Solid meme you've come out with there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never played Killjoy with us. Instalox Jet.
So let's look at this default right here,
on
actually.
Discord. Just... Yeah, tell me about this. Tell me about it.
This is interesting. Supermassive Blaze actually now leaning away from A once again. Aldrin going to come down mid again, going to spot this out.
Cover going out.
One smoke invested towards Garage here, at least onto window, and Mind Freak and Benkai. Decent up here, but the tripwire dealt with immediately. See the pings in response. And this is where usually you'd expect Forsaken to come through, but I think forced back in his shell a little bit. Again, the fact that he's got a Sheriff, I don't think he wants to go hunting. Does have the Blade Storm, but Izzy is posted in
Look how many ults they're going to be ending on this with as well. Final round of the first half here. I'm kind of hoping they burn through a couple more at this point, but that's how it goes. The slow progression towards C is happening, but by this point they have been kind of able to cheat over the additional player off the back of the information or lack of contact on A. Here are those ults coming out though. Gonna pop a few, but Izzy's on the side now. He's in trouble here. 70 HP, has to get out. Dodge, he can't. Dubai takes a riskier peek to find him, and he reaps the rewards. As now there's gonna be the Blade Storm coming out as well. Forsaken's there, big guys there. When the right read's in the right place, they get the frags, they hone in on C Long, and it's shut down. 7-5 on the half. This is still a close game, but Paper X, a great start and one at the end. It's that middle portion that's truly a problem, and maybe some people to talk you through that will be the analyst desk who'll be waiting by to take you through everything they just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Now, a really good start for Paper X, getting the 4-0 on the table. But Sean, so important from SMB to stop the bleeding and also get back into the game.
That's exactly what I was thinking in my head. They stopped the bleeding. And what SMB found themselves in was this weird scenario where they were trying to be the aggressor every round, and they were playing against such a passive team in SMB that was sticking true to what I was saying in the pregame. They just need to keep their spacing tight and enter sites dry like they normally do. And they just rallied off 7 rounds straight. That was incredible.
Yeah, and I feel like they made it so they couldn't be aggressive anymore. They were like, okay, we cannot play our game. Let's just wait for a little bit. They're gonna come push us. Forsaken is gonna come for us. And actually, Forsaken has been the one missing in this first half, and I was expecting a lot from him, but he couldn't get the operator skills because there was no one peeking. I'm still concerned about the fact that power is going in most of the times, but they needed easy on the operator to get those initial skills. So works for me, works for them. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, they did a super good job of punishing Forsaken's C long push, and then punishing when he pushed A lobby, and then all of those sewer pushes were dealt with perfectly. SMB dealt with the aggression from Paper X. It just... chef's kiss.
I mean, you mentioned Izzy, Forsaken there, who didn't really show up to your expectation, but Izzy, he did a slower start, but, you know, as the rounds were going on, he was making really, really big plays.
And not only him, but also, Sean, you were mentioning it, we need to see Russ, and I think that he was having a great performance. I was, you know, kind of worried about the usage of the utility and how they were going to perform, but I'm actually really happy.
Yeah, I think Russ has had a lot of, you know, juice on that drone, actually. It looked like every time Paper X saw a drone, their game plan was to peek before it could get to them, and they never got the frag.
Do you know what I told you before we started the game about how they were going to take all that space that SMB was leaving free behind them? Well, SMB took like 2 or 3 rounds to being like, well, on the first round, it happened.
Yeah.
But after 2 or 3, they were like, okay, guys, they are actually like eating us up. Because what I do not like about SMB is that when they decide on a side, they just go for it.
Well, let's see if SMB can continue this streak. Let's hand this over back to Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, it's actually great to hear Sean and Kuku kind of noting the things that we were seeing throughout. Actually,
Absolutely.
Izzy's ability to kind of catch that aggression that was so characteristic of what made someone like Paper X so deadly.
And it's interesting to see, yes, so Kuku mentioned Pora kind of almost overextending in a sense, but Izzy's actually the safety net. That flank control comes from Izzy to be posted up with an operator, which, again, when you're not relying solely on this entry, you're relying on the other team pushing to find it. It's a really interesting concept. So I have to see actually what develops in the second half, because I actually agree. They've kind of tamed Forsaken, right? By finding him in a number of different scenarios. Now he needs to switch that up. He needs to dial back in and rely on that aggression.
Yeah, I want to see that next layer. I've never heard anyone say that SMB were a passive side, but they've been able to adjust themselves in the correct way to tame this aggression, to catch these pushes, and I think it's a really good look to show that versatility here.
Looking like a better version of FBX, if I'm perfectly honest.
I'm with you on it. I'm there. Brave, though. Gorgeous shot. It's a stunner. He's got a follow-up too. Look, if you find Forsaken, you know Devi's normally nearby. It's the 1-2 combo. And Brave's not alone here. He does have support as well. Is he waiting up top? The flash will force him off the angle. But it's not going to be that A piece. They're changing their mind here.
War's invested on C Long, though. Again, as Turco look to pull away, the alarm bot in Garage, they're going to know about this before it comes. They know that they can't be coming up from C Long in particular. But they're just through Garage. Again, Turco has to give this up because I think the plan was for him to lay that wall and get out of there. But man advantage for SMB in the retake.
Yeah, but look at the damage chipped away at. Not too much, but enough to maybe pull attention. I'm trying to look at these post-plant positions. quite deep towards Garage. Maybe want to take that space back. Yeah, Mind Freak, this is a really risky fight. You're now just in a tunnel. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And now here we go. Springboard off the back. SMB want the side back. Device sitting at long, still only one flash. The next one's up in 30. You're not going to get much more than that. I hope you get some value. It didn't get what he wanted. Smoke's still up. Izzy wants to get that to halfway, and he might be able to do it. Device going to find one, though, and it's all falling to pieces, but Izzy will not be moved! The defuse comes in right under their noses.
What a fantastic turnaround there. And actually just noting SMB buying enough time for Pora to actually get his turret back and put that in connector. Shiba went all the way from C-Long back towards double doors in. So all they have to do on long is effectively buy time, right? This is exactly it. Thank you so much for this replay. Because again, it's massive. He still gets 2 kills. Tommy actually trades it, and then...
Good old Tommy.
Again, there's so much time eaten up there. Wow, what an interesting pistol round that is.
And that's a fire-up round 2 if you're SMB. Because you're playing back on a retake, you've absolutely springboarded back into this after some really nice creative approaches. Now Izzy sat towards the top of the site. He does have the Vandal out, so he is ready, locked in on this. This is going to be a good moment for him. Now, it has been revealed, so has to respect that. And I like Forsaken taking this space for the back of the flash too. Site says it's a really good look, but I don't think you're going to get much out of it.
See already Pora now going to make moves towards mid, so Paper X have to be conscious of that. Devi in the right position to shut this down.
Oh, the timing. If Devi has been caught on timing here, this is going to be... Oh, break. No, he actually looks back at the right time. So Pora's been caught off. They keep some map space this time. A little bit more to worry about now. You've got that time limit on maybe someone's flanking. We've got to make a move here, and that's going to be that. Brave pushes on in, finds Forsaken. Benkai on the side now called into attention, catches the push through on Garage, and actually pushes deeper towards the defensive side. It's a 3v2. Mind Freak and Devi maybe a little baffled by this.
This is falling apart for Paper X again. Turco going to find his third. Mind Freak will fall. And once again, I gotta say, SMB weather the storm there, and they take a step back and they look very, very comfortable, very structured on that retake. Put themselves 9-5 up. Again, Paper X though. I don't want to say it's all-out aggression. Again, the flash with the gravity well, the set piece was really nice to get in, but SMB know when to dial it back.
And this is something we hadn't yet seen from SMB.
No.
For those who are just tuning in, let's say you're a little new. Exactly. Let's say you're new to like EMEA teams, maybe Turkish teams particularly. You haven't quite had that experience with them yet. Well, let me give you a breakdown. This was like the superstar roster, right? They picked up all this hot talent, trying to meld all those egos and, you know, confidence and finding that right place amongst each other. But this was very limited from what we saw from them leading into this tournament. We barely got an idea of who they are. But them showing this sort of a little bit more refined look, this little bit more calmer look, is fantastic. They have this gear to shift into.
So he could put himself up close and personal towards B. Or actually, now reposition his turret once again. Now Paper X are expecting to be able to do a hit and run here. Spike actually all the way in the back line actually with Mind Freak, so I think maybe actually just looking for the opening on the back of these Sheriffs.
Again, patience.
Nothing achieved. Nothing achieved in the early round.
Look at this. I mean, patience is being shown by Pora here, and I'm happy to see it. I like the fact that we've had someone being able to deal with Forsaken and Device combination that has put big teams through their paces, and the SMB have this to go to. Very nice. Let's see how it works when they maybe close that gap a little, as they have taken steps towards A-Long now.
See now that wall's down the top of sewers.
Time though, 30 seconds.
There's not a lot, and like I said, nothing achieved in the early round. They don't even have an opportunity here. They have to force the issue towards Garage.
He's got an angle to work with. Yeah, that's lovely. Even just doing a bit of damage, can fall away from that. Doesn't have to do much more. Just sets up Izzy for an easier fight towards the site, and there it is. Izzy beheads Benkai. Flash comes in. Oh my word, Izzy. He's still standing, but for only so long. Spike is down though, so is the round. No matter what they do, it's all but done. 10 on the board now. Double digits reached for SMB.
Now we look towards Paper X if they've even got anything online. The previous round, just some Sheriffs thrown in, but that second round force put them kind of around behind. Devi has the Seeker, Shiba 2 away from Hunter's Fury, but nothing else available here. Actually, Izzy now Operator online, Bladestorm as well available, so effectively a buy in hand here. Turco actually going to run the Spectre through this, so a little bit of a buffer as well on top of that.
Yeah, build up the bank. Izzy, aggression shown at the start there, so Sheba's on red alert now. Paper X need to find a way back in at this point. Keep in mind, it was a very one-sided start, and then it turned, so it can be done. They have the rifles, but they really need to make sure in the right place to utilize this. The perfect approach needs to be found. Not an easy round now in front of them. This is probably the toughest round they've got, and the one that could change the entire game now. Oh, I'm brave. He does have support on long, one in sewer too. This is actually quite a forward lean coming out towards that A side.
There's actually Turco almost playing anti-flash. We'll get smoked off, actually. The Tiger will clear out Brave now. Actually, perfect use of the smoke there from Forsaken to isolate a duel.
Yeah, exactly that. They found the one fight, and Forsaken finds his way in. What? 3 quick kills, and the site's all theirs. You could not ask for a better approach on that one, and you're right. It was off the back of being able to isolate some of these players with such limited knowledge. That is incredible work from Paper X. That's the side we're waiting to see.
Or an Izzy. A 2v4 again. It's a tall order. Izzy with that operator as well, so if they do go for this, it'll require some use of the Blade Storm for sure. Looks like they might just be opting to drift away. Mind Freak actually goes on a wander. Might even try and hunt this down. Again, it would be huge for Paper X to remove this operator in particular. The alarm bot's still in position though. Will reveal Mind Freak. I'll put Pora in position now. He's aware that they're close by at least. But on the flip side of that, keeping 4 alive is a lot more valuable for Paper X in terms of the economy. They have a couple more rounds to string together. Forsaken, man, it's just literally popping off. Again, I even identified the Turco playing. They're anticipating, you know, Device sending something in here to enable somebody to find these kills. It's beautiful. Second, he's actually insane. That 3-piece was so clean, Lauren.
It was 10-6 now. This is the build back they need, though. They have to do more than just, you know, the initial push. It has to keep going. This has to be a bit of a tear coming out from them now. Hard to quell some of the work that's been coming out from SMB. And there's Izzy on the cross. Straight away makes it through. Different look, though, not pushing up as deep this time. Do have the support as well coming out from Turco. Paper X, so eyeing up towards that B site now. Towards the back of it will be Pora, and he has the swing from Russ if required, but it's going to be Pora taking this clean fight, and Forsaken cleanly takes his head off, so the site's all theirs. Spike now being planted. This is what you want to see, that adjustment. If it's just ways to facilitate Forsaken, I'm more than happy, and does he keep going? Playing on the edge of this. Just around that corner, you've got Brave. You've got Russ. He's taking a little more space. That's it. And look at this on the other side, though. Izzy and Turco are right there. The net's closing in. And the post plants are pretty deep. It's pretty much the forward 2. Divide, Forsaken. Flash goes in. He knows Brave's close, but Russ is still fine. And the swing out from Brave. Hey, Xantares peak, Brave peak. I mean, make it a Ferrari peak. Paper X are holding this down. That's important. Wall goes through. Izzy, though, up on top, still looking for more. Trying to divide, slice into manageable pieces. By the time it's dwindling, and they ain't got much left of it now. Turco knows he's out of time, out of options. He may drag some to the grave with him, but this one's done for. Paper X make it back now, 2 in a row.
That's really interesting to watch. Again, all Paper X have to do is sit in mid. There's no attempt from Supermassive Blaze to address that mid control. Again, how many times
oh iya bener anjing. Tadi gue masuk ngomong. Tadi gue bilang 5 bani
Brave actually
tadi.
finds it, but again, you see there's 9 seconds left on the smoke. They need that smoke to make sure that the Sage Wall can't just be completely ripped away from them immediately. There needs to be that kind of layering of utility outside B to make sure that they can even find that defuse. There's only one player on site. It's Forsaken. He falls immediately. That's a huge benefit for Supermassive Blaze.
Is this aggression? Oh, it is. Walk straight down C-Long. 2 players in Cubby right now? Okay. I mean, there's 4 players stacked on C. They're trying to do something with this very weird purchase. Now, Russ is the only one with the rifle as well. Pora does have lockdown. Now, with the contact he's getting right here, this could be the time to lean towards that if they want to. Spike's going to go down. And the retake will start as soon as this comes in. But you're right, you pointed it out. Sheba, count is ready.
Spike planted.
Need to be able to address this if the lockdown was the plan from the get-go. I don't think looking like it was. Poor's going to slip out, though. The paranoia comes through. Looks like is he going to try and dash through with the Blade Storm, but nothing found.
Oh, but Dubai waiting in the corner. He could not ask for a better position. Forsaken tries to overextend a little and actually gives his life over. It's a 3v4. The rifle's still with Russ, but the post plants are strong. They have that brilliant crossfire, but this flank, man, that is going to be just a real end of the line for them as Russ left in a 1v4. He did have the Vandal at the start. Don't know if he's going to have it in. No, he's not. Paper X right back into things. They found their footing finally.
Beautiful stuff again. Well handled. I think there is a moment there where Pora considers the use of the lockdown, but on a round like that where you only have the Blade Storm, right? You don't really have any other weapons to try and find something on the way back in, but that ping as well on Pora inside the cage. Unfortunate timing. Huge round from Divide. Again, well handled. And actually, it's interesting to see as soon as they identify it. The Outer only spots Brave, right? So it's 2 members accounted for. Izzy's obviously getting himself into cubby as well with that Blade Storm, but just on the back of that, I think there it gives you an indication. 2 on C site, maybe 1 garage, or 1 towards mid. We can find an opening towards A. In this scenario, it's only Pora playing a very, very deep retake setup. He has his alarm bot, I think, just inside the archway that goes towards spawn, and turrets watching B. So at that point, it's like Paper X have no indicators to be like, be careful, guys. Like, there might be an extra player here or something.
So now we've had a couple of strong rounds together for Paper X. They've found the footing that they were lacking. I want to look at the response. We have the timeout coming in from SMB. Where's the adjustment that you see? What needs to be addressed here? What can you address in these sort of rounds you've seen? Because we haven't had that many yet. This is still relatively early.
The problem being, with this composition, there's not really anything the Supermassive Blaze can do to be hyper aggro and super proactive on the defense. It relies on Brave cutting something off with a smoke, you know, maybe an Al zone. This time around, actually, Izzy going to be up on top of B site. Again, Al zone used perfectly. You know, identify the operator very early on in the round.
Switch up of pace maybe from Paper X just coming out of that timeout. I don't mind it. It's actually a nice little counter read coming in. Forsaken, though, going to take the space, and Brave's in all kinds of trouble. I don't think he realizes. No, Forsaken got away with murder. And now he's got so much territory. Ults coming out. Oh, this is hard to watch. SMB, Pora, how have you outdone him? He was aware of your position. He had the ult, and you still win the fight. Shiba.
So close with that.
Shiba, there was like 3 of them just around that corner, but the KJ ult, they have to respect it.
Now, post-farm wise, Shiba only has 1 shock dart left. The lockdown will get them onto site. Again, Gravity well there, going to make sure they're able to buy enough time to outlive this lockdown, Lauren.
And now we go. Russ, that is a huge fight to win. There's still Benkai here. Keep your mind ticking over of Mind Freak's flank. There it is. Good for 1. That's okay. It's not too bad. You'll put your life on the line for that, but now Diffuse. Timing is everything. You can get it just about halfway. Smoke will dissipate beforehand. Denial. Shiba, huge pickup of a kill. Finding Turco is just the cherry on top of the cake, but denying the Diffuse was all that they needed.
Nice post play, nice post play. Let's go.
The lockdown comes through. It's going to force them all the way off. All they need is a smoke and a wall there. Again, because Paper X have to respect that. Effectively, in that scenario, they just have to outlive the lockdown, right? As long as they don't fumble completely here and give away kills before that happens. Great awareness from Pora once again. Mind Freak's been in this position a number of times now for Paper X to lurk so deep behind these executes. But perfectly played by Paper X.
Let's go, let's
It
go!
is completely negating the use of the lockdown.
Yeah, this is incredibly impressive.
Nah, iconic. Dispo sama pasti.
Again, I want to highlight coming into this SMB
Yang dapat
with the
11,
team coming from Turkey,
menang harusnya.
especially,
Dapat
that
11
got
dapat match
everyone's
point.
attention. These are superstars in that region. They are incredible at
Paper
what
X
they
menang
do, but
ini.
Paper X have actually found so much ability to answer back. I was worried after that tear of rounds they had, and now we're into the Shiko. I look at this being 10-10.
Certainly. Expectation is to tie things up, especially when Forsaken has got this deep. And look at this, they find Mind Freak on the other side, but again, they're going to know this is the lurk. Shiba actually in a position where
Shiba
caught off guard. Brave will slip up behind this through double doors as well, and there's 2 other members of SMB going to isolate this kill. Shiba finds 2? What?
Nice.
Russ as well.
Nice banget Shiba.
Oh, that would have been huge. There would have been a 5v3 for the retake, a couple of upgrades as well. That's unfortunate for Supermassive Blaze.
Shiba might get some more here. Izzy's just on the other side. Okay, maybe not. Fair enough.
Quick with it.
Yeah, got it. Understood. He understood the assignment. I clearly didn't. Pora though, yeah, this is unfavorable. Harsh fight. Benkai takes a bit of damage, but yeah, you can hear the clock. Put a fork in it. That one's done. 10-10. We're all even. A good attempt from SMB to try and find that space, but as I said, that one player found so much impact. All of those small percentages they were trying to build off made nothing happen.
Kalah Shiba, iya anjing itu harusnya udah
Now,
mati anjing.
of an
Sebenarnya satu-satu cok.
point in the
Satu
game.
buka lebar aja.
Because there's not an awful
Ente
lot
game
left
lawan
in the
iya
tank for
pemantai
Supermassive
aset
players
manga
to lose
anjing.
this one. So that will be Paper X on 11. Actually, the other side of that, even if Supermassive Blaze win this, they don't exactly have a buy in hand. They almost need to win this flawlessly, or at least 3 or 4.
Nih kalau ini Paper X menang,
Three up, otherwise you're in such
match
a
point.
poor purchase.
This could be the
Ya,
turning
duit deh,
point.
beli WP.
Even after this comeback, they don't do it. This could be the turning point where Paper X can close this out.
Device starting to clear through sewer. Wall goes up.
Oh.
Unlucko, Malacco. That sucks. Turco's still alright, but kind of missing a little bit of the concept there. Divide as well, so looks like it's going to be a pop off the back of that flash, potentially clearing close corner as well. They know that Turco and Izzy, or at least one player, is still watching towards sewer. And they're divided up. Izzy can actually lean back towards the side itself. Forsaken had maybe a glimpse, but fell off that. And SMB just have to wait to see what comes through that wall, and already one's made it up towards Zai. Russ is on the other side of this. Devi on towards Long, couple on towards Sewer, but Russ actually swings around, finding Forsaken, but it's a quick trade for Devi. Is he on the back of the side? Turco's there as well, and now they're going to have an instant watch of those pushing up from Sewer. There it is.
And it will be 4 to survive. So at least now we'll equalize things financially in this game. And I'll say the first time SMB have actually looked really comfortable. It's on the back of, I think, Turco having that revive available. They're willing to fight to the death for A site here. And Paper X actually, they lurk so long once they get 1 or 2 bodies onto the site, just to try and build that paranoia and almost force Supermassive Blaze to overstep the mark, right? To make a move, to at least figure out what's going on behind the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah. Now, 11-10 though, look at the stretch arounds. It was, what, 5 on the trot coming out from Paper X. So this is just about being taken back. Now, repetition is always the name of the game here. Consistency is always the last thing to fall into place, and it's the hardest part to get right. You see the early utility invested to try and clear through towards sewer. Shiba putting a little touch towards garage, but no full intention shown yet.
Anjing molinya.
Brave looking a little curious outside
Bunyi
B.
disedot nyalain ente. Mati pasti satu anjing
To
harusnya.
play around for the time being, but nobody from Paper X. Actually, Mind Freak's starting to creep his way up. Again, he's going to get close enough to at least hear the turret on the other side here. So again, an indicator, I guess, of how SMB are set up, and another member noted as well. So Supermassive Blaze now with a decent idea where Paper X is set up, and actually on the back of this initial utility. Yeah, it's 30 seconds left, and SMB have everything to deal with it. Look, they're drifting away, but Forsaken's going to find the space behind this. The spike's making its way as well.
How deep can he get without any sort of worries? Now, you're going to hear the utility being invested. They now know that there's a problem on their hands. Benkai, in the meantime, did find Izzy, so now we're going to see Forsaken ready and waiting ahead of the curve. Catches them off guard, trying to keep that site under check. Spike going to be going down, and there it is. Post-plant 4v3, Russ, Pora, and Turco left scratching their heads. Is that the ult coming out? Yeah, it is.
Izzy
Okay.
on the Blade Storm, yeah.
Double stack towards Helm, one towards site. I guess. And then the late plate towards Long. Interesting. Okay. Drop down, first in. No trade. Nothing. It was just Izzy. Left to rot. Just what?
Take this.
What is this for a retake? No trades, no timing, no spacing. Forsaken will laugh that up every day of the week.
I don't know what we just watched. Brave just TP'd behind default. I guess Turco maybe relayed some information that that was a fake, or nobody's made it to site yet, but what is this?
It's a blind call. Like, and it's...
But that's the biggest tool in terms of Supermassive Blaze retake. They have a recon bolt, they have smokes, and they have a paranoia. That is it. Which is why I think we see Izzy just go, well guys, I'm jumping out of heaven, like, hopefully I get a kill. There's nothing else. That's the worst person to pull that. He had his paranoia. See, as soon as he TPs, he's ready to paranoia down long. That was so bizarre to watch.
Real misread of
Dia
something.
kayak di R jam gitu.
What the information was.
Klik
That's
kanan
always the
dash.
assumption is
Nggak beda
maybe
sekali.
a missed call, maybe I don't know. I don't know what creates that moment.
But this is the thing, on that retake, you think about it, yes, Izzy's got the Blade Storm, but what have you got to enable
To
him?
instigate,
There's,
right.
Yeah, exactly. There's no catalyst for Supermassive
Vaporex
Blaze
dapat
to follow up
12,
on.
SMB miskin. SMB dapat 12.
Really,
Vaporex
really
bisa
bizarre
beli
to see
harusnya.
that. Again, maybe the crack's starting to show, the pressure's building here, because they're being pushed. They are being pushed by Paperx, and again, I don't think I would have been the only one other than Sean and Yinsu on the desk, thinking actually Supermassive Blaze have got something to step up to here with the way the first series went. And again, a little gap for them. What, 5 days since we've seen them actually out here on the stage now. That's
Worrying scenes.
That could be a terrible round to reflect on.
I think it's the one that you watch back in the post-mortem and you're like, that could have been such a different look now. But we're at 11-11. So for the Paper X fans, grinning.
Gak ada harga diri udah.
And looking at the money coming out, well,
Di
Paper X are
lihat,
fine. However, as you're noting, light armors, specters. It looks okay on the surface, but just below, looking a little weary, kind of like my mental health. Izzy, the spot on the cross, but this actually sets up Brave into a deeper angle. They may not be aware of Brave yet. Izzy can show enough, or does he actually get involved? That's what I'm curious about. He can sit here
Jadi
happily,
beli AWP beli
and Izzy can just, again, keep attention on that first peak.
Again, indications, operator noted. If Brave smokes here, he's close enough to give away the audio cue.
Yep.
Ready with the yaudah, and they have to sit behind this tripwire. Is he about to smoke? Yeah, he has. They would have heard that. So they've now noted 2 players on Supermassive Blaze.
There's
Sheba and
big-
Mindfreak are now thinking, actually, guys, there's 2 people down here.
Let's explore.
Expect Paperx now to have a look at A lobby, potentially have a look at mid. The Seekers will confirm this, Lauren.
Yeah, this, I don't love this at all. Braves having a nightmare now. Okay, and there's the Explorer on the other side. Exactly what we expected, and Forsaken's whiffed
Oh
it.
nyampe, cok. Aduh.
And actually, somehow it still worked out okay for SMB. This is you've got being gifted a platter of a round. It's all there for you, and just a couple of weird exchanges, and it's fallen to pieces. 20 seconds. Paperx, can you make up for an absolute fumble of an opportunity there yourselves? And here we go. Ult's coming out online. Denial of the spike plant going to be going through. Sheba tries to get aggressive to try and find some space. Mind free. This is a round or two to forget. You can see the pressure on these two sides. SMB is counting their lucky stars. That round for them was about to crumble down. And a couple of missed kills here and there. And here we are.
And again, you know, shout out Pora to be in a position to I guess, anticipate the very thing we can see unfolding. Right, 2 players noted again. It's a similar situation. You got to account on potentially one mid, potentially one garage, or actually elsewhere. Once you don't get that aggression down from A long or towards A lobby, Forsaken plays it perfectly. Benkai tries to find something on the way in with them, but it's just not enough. 1 round separates them. SMB on map point now from an exhausting opening to this series.
Izzy still waiting out here. You can see the sky on the other side, still just fine. Forsaken's actually adjusted, going straight back towards B. There is utility in place, though. Pora's put some work down here early on. There it is. Sheba trying to catch a little bit of damage. It's Divide to find Russ in the deeper angle from Forsaken. That's massive. Turco now in danger as well. Forsaken doesn't have to fully back away. His presence is enough to control so much to facilitate and allow that spike plant to come in on B. And now there's problems everywhere.
Yeah,
We'll tell them everything they need
Otek
to
nih
know.
lo pasti otek nih, otek.
Brave, Izzy and Turco called upon. The flash is perfect!
The combination, the 1-2 punch, Divine and Forsaken. I wanted to go a bit further on that, just eats the flash, didn't quite crest the corner. And Izzy and Brave, this is OT Rin all over it. Izzy now doing anything he can. You might as well make the fight, do what you can with what's in front of you. A 1v3, time dwindling, everything put against him. I think he knows this one's all but over, and they have to try and once again rebuild into this game. A spray through. Is that a knife coming now? I thought about it, Mind Freak. It's 12-12, we're going OT.
Last player standing.
Those last couple of rounds, I think you could accredit that to maybe the pressure getting to some players in certain scenarios here, but Paperx respond perfectly. And it's on the back of this man again, Forsaken. And shout out Divide, look at this. These are freebies. when you have a Sky setting you up like that, absolutely gifted. Now a reset.
boss.
SMB, at least I gotta say a lifeline financially. With how this with this string of rounds that we saw in regulation, actually the economy reset here is a huge consideration to make, especially with the round where the res was invested, the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, and the TP onto
The TP, the wonderful TP, your favourite. Well, back to business. Forsaken go and walkabouts. Now, we were praising SMB's ability to tame him. The first time we saw SMB on the attacking side, we were in real high praise of their ability to tame the likes of Divine and Forsaken. Slower, patient play paid off and then some. However, I think the mental grind might have kicked in. We'll see if they can still do that here. Here.
Look how much PaperX are willing to invest to find this, and it's literally territory control. This is all it is. They want to hold on to A lobby deep enough where they get the information of whether or not they hit it, or the lean is this direction from Supermassive Blaze. Spike actually committed slightly towards C, and Pora will confirm that now. But again, all this time brought up, Forsaken's not feeling anything other than this out zone here. You can see PaperX, they're set up for it. They're in position, Lauren.
Great read coming out from this, and the one brilliant moment of having Forsaken deep towards A, it allows you to push players over towards C. One flash comes in. It's a high flash, it's going to catch on the pop as well. Benkai can slip towards the back of the platform. Benkai swings out. This is exceptional work, and the correct read. And a celebration of PaperX with the perfect approach after having a very hard half on that side.
That is absolutely textbook. Again, as soon as the out zone comes through, there's a trade-off, and Forsaken's like, well, there's nothing behind it, guys. Go towards C. This is so well done. The flash just confirming it.
I love it.
Pora just in no man's land, spinning 360s. And again, I don't actually think Supermassive Blaze are anticipating this possibility at all.
No way. No way. They thought they maybe had
so well
side.
One more, boys.
One more. Before, you were having like a couple of jump peeks from Mind Freak, I think it was, just at the back of the site, just jump peeking a little bit.
Dikacangin mulu
A
Anyaran.
bit of a technical coming in, and within that moment, we can kind of talk on this. We were highly praising how SMB were approaching this, but what a change-up.
Do you know what, actually, from that first series with Vision Strikers being tested, and I think actually it was in such an unorthodox way that they were willing to kind of play what SMB did on their attack, right? But actually, the macro game that PaperX are demonstrating here and their ability to read the situation so well is what's impressing me today. I was impressed with Forsaken, Devi individually, and their performances and their ability to have impact, but actually, you got to credit them for the deeper seeded kind of the technical aspects of some of these rounds. That one right there was beautiful to watch. And like I said, I don't think SMB had any inclination that they were walking into a three-man stack.
They had no idea they'd been read by that point.
Yeah, like
absolutely
a book.
No idea.
Like a book.
So I mean, I think you're right. It was just like an owl drone, I think, was invested towards lock. It wasn't enough to keep him dedicated. As you highlighted, Forsaken was already so deep. He had all those audio cues. If anyone was just lingering around, if anyone had cleared it. I mean, the look when they go for that A hit, when you see SMB do that A piece, there's so much attention put towards clearing sewer, so much attention towards long. Just those little kind of tell signs, those little indicators. None of that's present.
Lu nggak punya
Go for a gamble
rambut,
stack, hit that
Benkai.
position, They're down to 30 seconds odd. At worst, it's a B piece. At best, you got 4 players sat on a site. I don't recommend that.
It's literally saying, actually, if we can push and pull the pressure on one side of the map, even if we find 1 or 2, we find Pora in that lurk role, we find somebody, you know, on the back end of that execution, it's still a win for PaperX, because as long as they don't lose somebody in that scenario, the retake is more than likely.
And I agree, and just a monitor issue coming in, so hopefully that's fixed up nice and quick. No worries there, we'll be jumping right back on in. And pause for thought, and what a sour note to end it on for, you know, SMB. You're sat there
Sayang
feeling
banget, Brand
yourself,
nggak bisa main, sumpah.
hopefully not dwell on too long. You know, as a player, we say this from more of a technical
Bayangin
standpoint.
kalau
talk
Brand,
about momentum swings
bayangin kalau
and that.
Brand
But
berangkat
they're human beings, they feel
parah.
that, you know, ending, not even ending, but taking a
Emang
second
nggak
for this.
bener.
Now you're sat there going,
Gue bukan ngatain dia, anjing.
great half.
And you look at the win conditions, actually, I don't think anybody on Supermassive Blaze is having a particularly bad game.
No,
they're all okay. I don't actually think this time around, Forsaken definitely not as prominent a force in the lobby, but that really tells a bigger story.
I don't think he has to be.
No, and that's the key point. PaperX have stepped up to the plate in a way I wasn't even anticipating today.
No, I'm with you, and I love the fact that they've kind of established that next layer, right? people will expect someone like Forsaken to be consistently aggressive. Well, okay, how can we then work around their adjustments? How can we still utilize him in that fashion, but be aware of it? Can we use him as just that information post? If he gets contact, if he doesn't get contact, if he can take that space. You know, I know taking space is a bit of a meme, but... but
that's the worst thing as well with a map one like this, to see people walking out in dressing gowns, brushing their teeth, and then be stretched and be 13-12 down on map 1, and these guys are still having the time. I'll be honest, Supermassive Blaze, they look a little rattled on state. There's no smiles, there's nobody's talking to each other right now.
Yeah, and again for SMB, the region, the Turkish fans, they have backed these teams. You know, they really support their teams and they support them hard. I mean, they have full faith in these guys to do so well. They will back them constantly. So there's pressure on these guys. Pressure to do well. You want to represent your region. This is one of the kind of, I guess, lesser told parts of this event, is that you do want to represent your region and do the best you can for the fans who tune in at all hours, any day of the week. They are supporting you. So for them, this is still a tough game and it ain't over yet. 12-13, we jump right back in. PaperX on the verge, though. After a perfectly read round, they still have to do one more.
Look at this, you're talking about indicators. Gravity well invested to at least slow Izzy down in sewers, and straight away they're going to try and find the space elsewhere. No alarm bot to actually confirm this. The Brave will be called upon.
Okay.
Oh, just pops ahead of the flash.
Okay, Brave's actually really got a clean fight on that. I thought the follow-up was going to be there. Brave had it all in front of him. How did Mindfreak win that? I have no idea. But it's a 4v3 and the spike will be planted on the C site. Now look at the retake. You have two players very close by towards CT, but that jet is still a fair way off. Izzy slowly working back in through B. That'll take a second, so time will have dwindled by then.
Nice, Iba.
Found another one.
Oh, menang.
Oh no, Izzy and Turco, what can you do with this? It's all on you two now to make something happen. Turco looking above that smoke, catches Benkai off guard. Great start. Has to be quick on this though. It cannot take too long. Turco now clears towards long. It's on site though. Shiba right there. It's Shiba. And PaperX pick up map 1 in fashionable style. I'm so impressed with how they played that.
They brought their A game today. Again, we saw a taster of potentially what some of these guys can do individually, but this right here was an absolute masterpiece. Some of these rounds from PaperX, and again to have that read on exactly what Supermassive Blaze were doing, time and time again. And again, so you said, it's kind of that transition from being considered a little one-dimensional to seeing the second, the third look. Really, really fantastic performance from them.
Yep.
And that's a big concern, I gotta say it.
Yes.
Coming now into this map, Vito,
Gokil juga anjing.
Touched on it at least on the desk here.
Baru di Shibanya main anjing. Kemarin kagak main, cok.
I'm a little worried now coming into map 2. Again, you could talk about validity of that data sample. The teams actually that lead into this 7-2 record in recent times on Breeze. I'm a little worried, Lauren.
I'm with you. I'm on the worried boat as well. Breeze is going to be that next choice, and it is PaperX's choice anyway. And everything that has been shown here, I am beyond impressed with PaperX and a little worried, I think, as you said, for SMB.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, didn't catch that one.
No, we didn't
catch that one on the program feed, thank God.
Some of these are absolutely killer as well, just heartbreakers. I think the last couple of rounds, though, even before we got to OT, was so indicative of some of the issues they were facing.
Absolutely elated to close that one out. And absolutely deserved, honestly. But a statement sent here. I got to say, from that first series, again, there was something I saw that I was very impressed with. But now coming across to this, to step up to the plate and repeat that, but also improve on it on another level, has been so good to watch so far. I'm excited.
Why did you
say that? Why did you bring it up?
Because Mitch somewhere is crying backstage about the very same prospect.
He's going to mess up his mascara and eyeliner again.
Black streaks down his face.
Yeah, really going for the My Chemical Romance look. So, you know, at least then he'll have the support to it. If this is map 1, this was their choice, and they got made to look like that, I've got to say credit to PaperX for coming out and having an incredible game plan and addressing all the issues I had. I thought they might have been a little one-dimensional. I thought they leaned a little too heavily on Forsaken and Benkai, but actually, they came out and looked stellar. Enough from us. We want to get ourselves ready for map 2. I'm sure the players and everyone else does as well. So we're going to wrap this one up. Make sure we find that start button to get map 2 ready. And we'll see you after the break.
Main dulu dah. Masih break. Buka Valorant gue hari ini.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Bangun berhala anjing. Gue mati gak anjing? Bangsat. Susah banget pakai yang big knife gede itu anjing. Oh shit. Masih nggak mati anjing, anak bangsat.
Player 2 wins. But it was actually a nail biter, right? And it took until overtime, in my opinion, for Paper X to realize because SMP, they only had one initiator, right? They had that Silva on Russ, and I think playing as passive as they did on attack side, I just don't think you can do that with one initiator because it funnels you into one choke point and use that.
Hari-hari pakai Hattori doang.
What a play by Paper X. It looks so good.
Both teams wanted to be passive, but as you were saying,
Defense-nya
when you
kecil.
don't have the means to get the information through abilities, you gotta gather it yourself. But if you're too scared because they're also playing passive, they were just doing what SMB were doing on their attack, and it worked so well.
And I'm not gonna lie, if you take the name tags off of the teams and players, Paper X, it felt like, and from where we're sitting, they looked like a European team, Kakuga. We've seen European teams play like that.
I feel like this comes from the fact that they've been practicing here. They've been seeing how we play in this region and experience.
Yeah, and it's a game like this that really lets me know Paper Rex is here to stay. They're a legit team. This is a game Forsaken kind of like kicked around a little bit. He was 5-9 on opening duels. It wasn't his best performance, but the other players all stepped up massively. Opening duels for the rest of the 4 of them, 10 and 2. We were wondering where these guys were in their opening matchup. Well, they saved it for today.
But speaking of those players stepping up, Sean Devine had a very, very good game.
He did. He was on the sky and he was just popping up his moves like you see on your screen. And I really want to give a shout out to his Seekers. His Seekers 1-7. They had such a cool fake where they went into the A site by using the Seekers over by grass middle area. It just didn't work around, but he loved his Seekers.
I feel like it was yesterday we were seeing Munchin and Frisker, and now we are seeing Divine and Forsaken as that duo. And it's not just the Jet that's dashing and just getting the kills. It's most like the side. So
Halo Andre, halo. Follow nggak masuk major, pulang.
It was a big risk, and they knew it. They knew it completely.
Follow nggak masuk major, paling nggak berapa masuk apaan sih? PLG apaan? Pulang.
I think opening up Haven in a game against Paper Rex is just a map that's so spread out and allows all these aggressive plays to be made. I think they should have gone with a more open map where they can aim and focus on mid gaming. I know Sen was taken out of the pool, but honestly, like Breeze might be a better choice, which is what Paper Rex picked next.
Well, that was a hell of a map, and Bala is standing by to give you guys some post-map analysis.
Well, you guys already did a whole that, so let's go ahead and do a little bit more, right? Because you guys are talking about the ebb and flow, about how to play passive, how to play aggressive. So I got some ways to show you the differences between both. And also, I got the receipts on how prepared both sides are in this matchup. So let's take stock of the first round. We've got everybody grouped up a lobby. Just one turret from the SMB side watching the flank, so they clearly the entire time. So let's go ahead and roll it. What else?
Paling nggak Brawlhalla main kagak lah goblok. Brawlhalla jadi susah banget. Lebih susah Brawlhalla daripada main Valorant. Tai.
Against Vision Strikers was their collapse on this A long side when they heard noise, so they had to trigger. I think SMB was prepped for that and trying to actually get them to do that. Let's watch how it actually unfolds, because it's exactly that. They bring Izzy over though. This is how they adjust, right? This round right here shows. So normally the idea, pause it real quick, is to, as soon as you hear a trigger, as soon as you hear something on the other side, we obviously can't see it from but maybe it's a drone, maybe it's a a breach flash coming like that. We're gonna send our own flash and collapse into it. We saw that in the Vision Strikers game, we'll see it here again. But this time, go ahead and play. It does not work out at all, because they're ready for that, and look at that. Before the trigger comes, Izzy is coming around the corner. Before that flash is there, yes, they try to follow it up, but Brave is playing anti-flash. So again, Izzy is gonna come with his opposite.
Goblok banget gua, bangsat. Gua mau gravity cancel, nggak susah mungkin. Nggak sama. Nggak susah banget, namanya masih cukup. Udah lumayan dah, jangan bacot.
Drone in front of this because you expect, an opera to hang out in heaven. You might have an
opera
like in this angle or something like that, but you don't ever know when that's going to come. So in this case, they know the playstyle of they know the playstyle of Rex is going to be trying to make these traps work. So here's another round of them trying to make sure that there and also trying to divide a flash, trying to make sure that the Paper Rex has. So that's what doing that. So what does that leave? Pause it real quick.
Seru deh bikin orang emosi, canda santai. Gue juga bercanda goblok.
just some
3,
information
2,
from the garage after
1,
they had
brawl.
thrown all of this. There was a nano
Santuy ya bro.
smoke thrown, so they flashed through
Serius
the
amat hidup.
garage, and with the time left in the round, they're like, oh, this way. They set everything back, and because they didn't actually spring the traps, look what happened. Team A's completely gorgeous round for Paper Rex. Go ahead and watch all the different POVs as they play out. It's a nice attempt at an execute, but with too little time. Up at the top of the screen, 25 seconds left. So many ult, so many stars, so much utility stuff left because they just did not bite on their garage take. They did not bite when trying to get that utility out.
Tai.
Over and over and over, Paper Rex springing in the last second. That's it earlier in the round. And Sean, you were talking about how they had to stop that aggression down sewers. I think this type of passive play for Paper Rex worked out really well because of SMB's attempts to play into their style.
Thank you very much for that breakdown, Bala. And yeah, Sean, what did you make of that?
Yeah, he had the perfect clips to describe what he was talking about because he showed the last round of regulation that Rex played on their defensive side, and the same exact thing happened in OT, right, where they just played really passive and they read out the seed
Harus dapat tuh gua. Salah banget anjing.
They're running this single initiator comp. It's just running into a 3 or 4 players from Paper Rex both of those rounds.
So what do you go from there? Because if you want to compete aggressively, you cannot be sure that that is going to be a good option.
Well, we're moving on to map 2 here, Breeze. Now, this is SMB's, pardon my language, I meant PRX's pick here. Now, they won the first map, and now SMB, they have to play on the map that they're not usually that comfortable with. Kukuka, do you think this is concerning for them?
I mean, it could be. Definitely, we're going to see some change. I don't think we're going to see Russ on the Reyna. We're not going to see Turco and Viper. I mean, I think that in that case, Turco should go on Sky and Brave back on the controller. It is concerning because they've only played it once against Rose.
Lagi tai.
To attack them up, to be honest.
Yeah, and on a map where Rex is picking very clearly, and Forsaken has no footage that if you look at that clip that Bala just broke down, the way Izzy peeked into the corner, that's a preparation beat. They're not going to have that here on Izzy. So this is going to be for the playground if he wants to be.
Sean, you know, you also made that point that you feel like this would actually suit SMB. Now, why is that?
I just think because as a pack, Breeze is such an interesting map because there's so many different things. There's B main, elbows, mid, which leads to nest and doors, walls, and A main. There's 6 entrances and there's only 5 players. Like that means you end up getting a lot of these one-on-one engagements, and I just feel like the players from SMB play those situations really, really well. That's where they shine, when they can get those fights. I don't think they got fair fights.
Do you think that today they were accomplishing that they were getting the duels and winning them? Because sometimes I felt like the trades were not on point, were not even there.
I think in the first 4 rounds they looked really sketchy, and then at that point they settled things back and played really well. When the fights came to them, they looked great, but they didn't have the cohesion to create those good fights on their executes and on their defensive side.
Kena juga gue digituin anjing.
Well, we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. It says 100%. Oh, okay. Brave is picking up the vibe. And Ben
2 kali lagi digituin gue.
the Killjoy. Now, it says 100% because they've only ever played this map once. And Kukuka, they're changing things up.
Yeah, they're changing things up. Literally what I wanted from them. Brave on the controller, Russ on the Sova, on Cypher, something that I honestly love. And then my is Sage, because I don't feel like that is a really valuable player. Personally, I would go for the Sky. They needed. They did not have the means to find that information. We were saying on Haven, but they need it here. Thank you very much, Turco, for that pick.
Yeah, and I like the comps out of both teams. The double initiator with Sova and Sky is just so valuable on a map like this, where you're going to see Viper walls all over the place, right? The Sova recon is getting 3 kills.
Player 2 wins.
You can flash through those Viper walls and just get free frags for days in the current meta.
Well, SMB, they are staring down the barrel of elimination, but Pansy and Hypog, they can bring it back on Breeze.
Well, I'm
mission.
a bit worried if I'm seeing Breeze at this point. Some
bisa
teams
milih nggak
are
sih?
leaving it in, they're floating it, but not many. It's few and far between right now.
We've heard rumors Breeze has been avoided like the plague in Scrim, so actually Kakuka makes a fantastic point. PaperX potentially coming here and adjusting on the fly to what they've learned, their experiences from playing teams outside their pool.
Reversal signature KO.
Put on red alert.
Emot
Right?
on core
That
platform.
one occasion we saw Breeze
Core
online.
platform apaan?
Have they had the opportunity to learn anything here? Bringing this now.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? How much
Core
have you been able
platform
to
apaan, anjing?
adjust, adapt, maybe play out the compositions that Kakuka was discussing, and maybe some slightly adjusted roles here and there. For now, we have to wait and see. Two
Hammer
massive plays on the
KO.
defending side, and of course PaperX on the attacking side, but they are a map to the good for PaperX.
Tori.
Very well. As Izzy put under a lot of pressure over by Madonna.
Udah mulai anjing.
One trade out through, but the site is there.
Bisa live ya, tolol. Main dulu dah.
Oh, worse for wear.
Braves found a kill in response though, taking the full sheep, and now actually going to upgrade to the Sheriff. And Turco will find it.
3, 2, 1,
Benkai now called upon the last two standing. Try and recover this here.
It's going to be tricky, yeah, especially with the shot coming in, pushing Benkai even further back, but still to divide, they can be able to start that now. 3 players on the body block, Juga don't. They can get in here, the flash shot didn't find over them, the flash shot does work for SMB, good retake on the site. I'd say a little overcooked on the site itself, but I mean, it's just been that first.
A little bit, yeah, but Izzy is forced out right side on the wing, all the way to the back behind the rifle. He's actually tagged by the Alpha twice. So that's the reason he shut down so effectively. And actually on the back.
Ngapain lagi? Tolol banget anjing.
Actually catches him there, so he's actually no man's land, then revealed, so an easy kill. So actually credit to SMB to stabilize there and get a better grip on the initial where he found that initial kill, but I think it's the green light. PaperX actually was drifting to mid this time around. Invested yet.
Well, that rifle, we were noting it.
Kebuang
Roscoe's
semua
that
anjing.
quick, and the range on that thing is going to make you feel good until then Forsaken just drags him down to the shadow realm. We've got look, Marshall, we already know R2 Benelli. Shiva puts his life on line to try and get that rifle back, and he's lost it. Could have been something. Benkai now, last one alive, and he's luckily Brave's going to be able to get that, and it's going to be just fine. Keep that rifle in play. Or alive.
I mean, you're almost right at that bit. You need to spawn out
Get it away.
at that point. But luckily, it won't become an issue. And not to purchase back, just Divide actually one way from the Seekers, so if they look towards shop, like early on here, might just allow a piece. Looking like the lead at least is that direction. Benkai going to pick up the slack in mid. Lurk behind Brave be caught out there. Objective for PaperX.
Dua kali jatuh begitu anjing, udah sekarat tadi padahal bangsat.
One on the way out, he's going to readjust. I thought that was on. Is he just going to try and keep himself away from those Seekers for a second? Allow Brave maybe catch his cross here. Turgo's on the side as well. Brave does catch the cross. That's a great shot towards Shiva, but perfect trade to be able to divide. Gets himself towards the site. The spike's been lost. Now he has to fight against the odds, which he's still doing. Divide pretty heavy lifting here.
Finally coming through double doors. Still 27 HP. He's got to be careful on stairs here. Four finally in position.
He has to let Benkai work here. Benkai needs to be a little bit more proactive in my mind in this one because easy on Divide. This actually could be so good. Timing the right next to John! Peekaboo! What a terrible surprise for Roach Benkai. Perfect timing, and this is still doable. Pora, he may only have expected, but the HP is low, and that's a great shot. Perfect rifle clutch coming in for Pora, and he'll be happy with that one and converting the focus.
Fantastic. Again, Divide, worst weight in gold so far in the series. PaperX
Player
into
2
A side.
wins.
Again,
Mampus,
Seekers come through. There's an
mampus.
awful lot garnered on the back of it. So this
Hattori
one, I think
diff
that's
anjing.
maybe 10 seconds off beat from where we'd expect them to find Dive as
Nonton
entry.
dulu guys, nonton dulu
I think
guys.
the flash actually comes through here. That's exactly what they were waiting for, Lawrence. So they had to freeze.
Yep.
And actually, fair play to at least, be proactive and Russ trying to take the initiative. To
Kosong,
come
gua kira
across and find
Peprex menang,
information, see
anjing.
exactly what's going on. We saw Pora hop into his spy cam, which is still over on B side. So they were considering the possibility that something else was happening.
Do you have a timeout quite early on? Not sure what's going on. See what they're up to. All quiet. The coach seems to be having a fair chat, so looks like they're going to be trying to talk through maybe their upcoming rounds. Quite an early timeout to be coming in with, so interesting to see that happening. Maybe going to deny that momentum building, just keep that away from them, get an early read on something they can identify, so very early timeout.
I think we look at the positives, or at least the big win conditions for Paperex, at least those first 3 rounds. Not exactly synonymous of what happened on Haven. Again, it's not as if we've really seen Forsaken be in a position to find it. It's been Divide really dragging Paperex forwards with him. Got another round here. 2 marshals, a couple of sheriffs invested to see if, what can they achieve here, if anything. SMB's, I guess, ability to deal with this anti-eco.
I also want them to try and maybe explore this round, see if there's a vulnerability they can confirm or something they've noted, a tell or two. And actually, that's a very bold peek. You're right in the middle.
It's a weapon upgrade
and
as well.
That's a rifle now lost. Now, if they filter that back through, switch it out maybe. If Benkai can keep it. He's on 45 HP, sure, but I'm a bit worried that that's happened because now you can kind of punish the rotations. If you can isolate the players on towards A, you can really punish. So we're going to see if this becomes a bit of a reality here. I'm a bit worried in this round, but there's yet to be much come from it at this point. So I wait with bated breath to see if it becomes an issue.
What's interesting to see there is the Anturco backing all the way up to double doors, and now they're thinking, actually, could Paperex have moved up behind this wall? 40 seconds left now, and it looks like Paperex are considering a rotation. He'll stack up towards bottom mid here. Shiba.
Well, but look at the catch of rotation. He can just be a nuisance, which sadly he can't. That could have been big information hold for that B piece.
And now I think they know exactly what's going on. Pora's drifted through tunnel now. They have all this information in mid. There's still a tripwire just inside this Viper wall. Catching Benkai. Almost escapes with his life, but Brave will find his third.
Nice flash. 10 seconds out. Yeah, done for. SMB keep it. I was a little worried after that contact made in towards the hallway. I was kind of a bit worried that maybe off the back of tunnel they could have tried to push and pull the rotations. Maybe just exploratory for these main rounds coming up, the rifle rounds on the horizon, maybe confirming some of the suspicions they had leading into this. But we'll see. Again, this is a good start so far for SMB, and they need to keep building on this now.
And to bounce back, I guess, into this map, the look we want to see from Supermassive Blaze is then being composed, right? Again, waiting for Paperex to be the ones to initiate and try and open some of these rounds up, because right now everything seems very well handled.
Oh, look at that double stack towards the top side of hallway from the defensive team and the push towards elbow. This is interesting. Brave and Pora, this looks like they were expecting maybe that pressure through the hallway, kind of maybe trying to explore that idea and then hit that fight, which it looks like it could be now, but I still want to see what Turco gets up to. Close flash reveals nothing. It is through B main, a labored fight in towards middle. It does eventually fall into the favor of Pora. Top up on the HP. 3 players very present in mid, and they've got the 4th kind of in support. They are all over the map right now. Forsaken needs a big round. He can only get 1. If that was 2, then game on, but they are at the back side of sight by Pillar.
Is he now closer and closer? That wall will go up, but the Seekers will confirm. I think they already know. All 3 on site, and actually Benkai caught sleeping. Mind Freak will be noted as well. Call upon Divine Mind Freak to try and recover this in a 2v4. And the Spike in a very precarious position.
You're going to need some big boy headshots. And Mind Freak's not finding him. Divide with a quick flash. Chases it down. That has to be a quick kill on the backside. Gets away with his life. And actually, bear in mind, this is now a 2v2. It becomes viable and possible. Divide, though, going to try and get Turco down. He can't win the fight. And now Mind Freak's in all kinds of danger. Russ on the front. And on the right side, Turco. And that Spike still just out of reach. Clock not favorable to them right now. Eats the flash. More time being bought. 10 seconds is all he's got. Try and pick your poison. Looks like he's going to be trying to play the time. No one is peeking, just double checking. No one's planting. I love this push and pull from either side. SMB make it to 5.
Huge round again, Divide. Making things interesting there, almost actually coming out on top. The counter flash actually from Turco, the only thing to prevent any theatrics really on the side of Divide. Again, SMB just in position to find what's necessary, right? And this is on the back of Izzy, I think, being the only person to peek towards A. And again, the biggest indicator on this map in particular is, you know, as soon as the Viper was
nice.
What's behind it? What's happening on the other side of the map? Is there any pressure towards mid? These are really, really good telltale signs of what's going to come from Paper X. And Izzy sitting as long as he did, I think told Supermassive Blaze everything they needed to know.
Forsaken popping the arm. Full armor too. Everyone else just as the Sheriff's going to try and get... Oh, bye-bye, rewind. Brave actually got him on the way out too. Brave is just the turret, the immovable object.
Susah banget dari pecahin ya.
Some utility towards him, but he's still just fine. Support's on the way as Pora's watching towards middle. There's no way in. Paper X trying to make something happen.
Juga sama wall juga.
Absolutely nothing.
Harus polos anjing orang.
The last man here. Sheriff in hand. Blind, but it's not looking good. And SMB will close out a Prime Gaming flawless round victory here to put 6 on the board. And now I'm desperate for a Paper X answer. Something. Again, the pace change I don't think is it. They're just not finding success where they were on Haven previously. That's why I always love seeing a Cypher now, just the hard counter.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Well, you want to run us? You want to run it and dash us? Yeah, not so much. Nah. Not so much.
Good stuff. 6 on the trot now for SMB.
Harus sok dekat kayaknya deh.
I don't want to say a one-sided start to the prior map, but it was, you know, some rounds really strung together for both sides, but haven't seen that response yet from Paper X. And considering this is their map choice, I kind of expected a little more him. Forsaken gets away with his life and actually does damage towards Russ. That's a crazy part. Now, that's been a trade out in the meantime. Dubai and Turco both now removed from the round as Paper X do still have that mid control. They're starting to maybe consider that B site, but
nggak di-upgrade anjing Benkai bangsat Vandal.
How it's handled on the other side of things. Pora, that's a big pickup. I'm kind of surprised Forsaken allowed that to happen. Maybe a little overzealous, but the trade's good enough. That's what he wanted. At least the site's now available.
And again, a good indicator of Paper X actually taking a step back there is look how late the Viper wall is going to be invested. Viper's pit as well on site just to make sure they can set up comfortably. Get this plant down. The Hunter Fury actually going to force Shiba off the plant initially, but no tag, no damage done. Benkai, lockdown, Shiba, Hunter's Fury. So lots of tools available at Paper X's disposal to convert this round.
Izzy, first Brave player to step forward. No subtlety to this, spraying him wildly. There's the lockdown as well. We kind of expected this.
Anjing.
And Izzy, he's got 7 seconds to make something happen here. Spots out the player towards pillar. 4 seconds. Looking for the next step. Nah, has to back away, has to concede from that one. Time. It's perfect. They played that very well there. Actually, they've cost them just enough time to not make this viable anymore.
Yeah, potentially a little preemptive with the lockdown. But again, at this point, you're desperate to get something up on the board.
Down,
yeah,
mate. Just
you're desperate to get something up on the board. But it does remove, I guess, something from Paper X that I'd be certainly looking towards in terms of these more structured approaches and finding a first blood and then kind of popping this utility in response to what goes on. But a good round nonetheless.
Dia nggak jongkok tuh, kalau jongkok meninggal karena.
The other side, actually nothing available other than Pora's neural theft for the side of Supermassive Blaze. Need another couple of those. Again, we're looking for 3 to survive, 4 to survive to actually overcome this
Bangsat, gua kira
financial
layar gua semutan anjing.
Supermassive Blaze have as well.
Udah lalat dari situ.
Look at they're paying no respect to this Viper wall on A whatsoever. I mean, actually, initially now, I'm not sure what the catalyst was there to draw 4 players because initially nothing was given away in the early round.
Maybe they're depending on that telephone.
What a ganti anjing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. The problem is they've lost their player towards that B site. The rotation is so far away. They have no information on middle. So they're still worried that maybe there's a player lurking around there. This will buy time, cost time on the retake now. But Spike to be planted. Look at the post plants. Just 2 towards the side here, 2 sitting way deeper.
Shiba playing deep enough as well to make use of those shock darts he still has available. Forsaken going to be called upon here, but Russ actually finds Divide with some shock darts of his own to come in. Forsaken will fall as well.
Now Benkai and Chiba, yeah, this is a problem. It's an awful apart. These are individual fights. There was no crossfires. There was no punish on these
Tiga ni
picks.
mah dah fix.
I'm a little surprised in that post plant.
It looked so well coordinated as well. Everybody in place to at least hold, you know, one potential, I guess, anomaly right there, but just completely fell apart. I mean, the two initial peaks looked great. Forsaken losing out on that 1v1 was kind of awkward, I gotta say it, but straight away here, Supermassive Blaze actually turned this one around. And now the problem is that loss bonus is completely reset. This round deficit doesn't play anything towards PaperX. They're right back down to effectively nothing after this purchase.
Just a little baffled by that, I'm not gonna lie. Again, 7-1 though, at this point. They're in desperate needs of rounds. SMB are tearing away with this map, and the map pool a little curious now to most of us. We do have Izzy still towards the backside of Madonna. Mind Freak. And the rest of the gang all just around the corner here, so they now know what's coming their way. Izzy just fires off a shot, hoping for the best. Timing is everything, and does he just get the pixel out of place? Counts the timing right, he gets the pixel. It's Mind Freak, instant trade. Devi's right there. Devi's firmly becoming a favorite player of mine, but it's Forsaken on the side who's doing the work as well. He's not alone in this though, wants to push deeper. Does, loses it. Russ is right by the try box. What a play from Russ!
Ooh. Wow. Again, revealed, flash, the Seekers come through. Not able to convert that. Again, yes, it was a prominent issue in Haven, but Forsaken just not landed the shots, so he's getting into the right spots, identifying where these players are. First one from Russ is disgusting. Wow. Huge round from Russ there.
Sakit banget
Now,
anjing.
I mean, SMB already started run away with this one. It's a position really where mathematically it becomes a win in the first half, unless PaperX can get themselves to, dare I say it, 9-3. Why? Or 8-4, it could be 8-4, you never know.
Yeah, but you said that.
I didn't say anything. There's absolutely no record of me saying anything. Delete the VOD.
Coming in.
Like I said, this thing, just come back to that discussion on a few rounds ago, the pace change. I don't think that's what's necessary in PaperX here. They're not kind of finding any of these conditions to sway in their favor. And even really after a few weird rounds from Supermassive Blaze where they're willing to just stack all in based on, you know, one person being noted, one piece of utility being invested, and so they're looking so comfortable in the retake that, you know, actually stars align one every 3 rounds. You're in the right place to stack, or you know, you're comfortable enough to just come and win these gunfights.
It's still just so hard. After map 1, we saw a most composed, well-established, really well-prepared team. And, you know, pushing SMB in all the ways that were, you know, maybe outliers. You know, things we were really excited by the prospect of, but unlikely to see. But now it's just like, well, no, SMB are just X times better. How do you characterize such a difference, a night and day from map 1 to map 2? Now, Izzy he knows what's coming his way now. Notes 2 in the middle. Oh dear, he's had a nightmare. He's had an absolute nightmare. Delete the tape, get it gone, never look back. That's a big weapon. I don't know if it's recoverable. You can see that SMB are going on a recollection mission. They're like, we don't really want that being a possibility. Poor Zane. Yeah, decent though. Nice freak. Now 3 more to locate.
Tell them everything you need to know. And Devi, we noted with the neural theft, and Spike actually still stuck down at bottom mid with Devi. Tells you something, but can't even find one. SMB will close out comfortable fashion after an initial mishap from Izzy. I think missed his dash, gets stunned up. Forsaken brazen with the dash forward, but I think an easy to convert kill for him.
No, 9 si Iba anjing.
He's having a bad day. He's having a mare. You don't love to see it. It's just a blowout of a game.
Well, again, when it's situated, there's barely a buy-in hand here.
No, it's
so
like, okay,
we're round 11.
eco.
Next is you got to force.
Yep. It's a bit of a shame to see. As I said, it just feels like PaperX's attack doesn't feel that dangerous yet.
weight
super
behind it
pushed.
whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's surprising after what we saw on map 1. I'm left stunned by it. No, this doesn't look great. No, this doesn't look great at all. Ooh, that doesn't look great to me. They're not just holding passive positions. I don't know if this is...
A couple of people sat back in their chairs here.
Oh, they've got the lean back.
Technical
Who'd have
boss.
thought the first big one would happen in one of our games?
It may not be, it may be sorted.
Right, okay. Sorted.
Satu lagi guys, 1400.
No, don't. Nice. Yeah, tech pause. I have no idea what that
It
one
could have been
is.
playing anti-flash.
You know what, I've seen a couple of crazy remakes actually. Go so.
Gue spam anjing Hattori.
Again though, so a bit of a tech pause coming in. So we've got a 9-1 to break down the iPod.
1,
Okay, you know what? You know, let me put you on the spot here.
Okay.
The analyst stream. People would love it when I gave this question. It's 9-1. How do they not lose now? For one round, what do they need to do?
They win that one.
They win that
That's
round.
how, yeah, that's how they don't lose here.
Really laid it out for me. Just being quite genuine for this. I don't know how to keep it down different on that one. It feels like we're seeing different teams. For both teams, you know, the S&B we're seeing here, B feels completely let loose. They have no pressure now. They have none of that down abilities or here.
But also, they're not putting themselves in a position to kind of use those rotation timing, kind of, you know, throw SMB off kilter. Again, particularly in that overtime round, I credit them for how well they were able to read the situation. They're not even getting themselves into a position where they can garner this information towards nest, tunnel, or anywhere in mid. It's all in pieces, and Supermassive plays opener, or they'll shut down. It's usually kind of mind freak that falls. You remove the utility factor. What are
Paling
they going to go
hitboxnya itu Spear. Bangsat.
not seeing them win gunfights in map 2, so all those successes they found on paper, I don't feel as if they're able to really put themselves in a position to rely on the same thing. But again, it's the appropriate solution to that, right? Okay, let's go balls to the wall. Let's start running it down. Let's start bursting out A. Let's throw that wall up, pop back behind it, hope that Izzy can land the shots, because again, you talk about how sustainable that is. Not great. But then it's also even worse when we're staring down a 9-1 deficit. It's like, okay guys, well, let's hope this works for the last few, because we need a lifeline to even consider coming back in the second half.
Well, map 3 is split. Something we can definitely...
Mampus.
The breeze is looking so absolutely, you know, from thin. I think fix back. There's no worries. And again, if we look back at the journey to this point, the teams that they faced coming into this, they both had actually first games.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Vision Strike is incentive. To Dickens, I'd probably lean towards them being fairly high towards the top, and I think in particular to see Paper X test Vision Strike, I don't want to see they push them to the absolute limit.
No, but they
the big thing we considered from that was seeing Vision Strikers make a notable adjustment to the way they played to try and, you know, handle Paper X. And actually, we talked about this earlier on, right? Fair enough. But again, it's kind of that respect kind of part of this map veto, right? Taking our spots away because that's when we saw that close scoreline with Vision Strike.
Gue jatuh nggak bangsat.
Anticipating that your opponent is funky and maybe play a little unorthodox. What?
Lari terus bangsat.
Player 1 wins.
If this was your
oh yeah, sure, yeah.
You have that buffer.
New mission apa?
Still okay in that regard. You will be fine going to map 3. But very surprised at this point. So again, hopefully we'll be back sorted soon. I have got word that we might be a minute out. We'll see. We'll see.
You've given the time frame on broadcast. That's
I know.
to say the
I
least.
know. But
Online.
Look, I have
Start
full
at
faith.
60 seconds.
Full faith. I need. Can we
Hammer.
get that watch back on the camera so I can time it? Hopefully it's a good
Okay.
Both ball.
We'll find out.
Look at that, less than 60 seconds. Crazy, what a turnaround that was.
Back into things. Again, so much to say about that. That's when I'm going to start opening up the hashtag to people at home. That's when you know I've really hit that low point, when I have to depend on you unfortunately listening in. You are my bailout. I hope you all know that. Right, 9-1 though, we kind of pick things right back up where we left off. PaperX, well, they are left without a response at most of the time. Their money has been broken. It's been few and far between these buy rounds. When it's been these buy rounds, they've been pretty categorically SMB looking. The flag is looking real Turkish at this point. Now, ready?
Second was literally half,
Yeah, he
half
was
an
real
inch of
close there.
finding Izzy. Yeah. Poor will find him nonetheless. So 4v5 PaperX and ultimates available. Couple of light, actually only one light armor in the hands of Dubai, but you've got to question the utility behind this as well. Come back to that financial discussion, but Russ actually with the operator didn't even spot that with this purchase.
They are.
Poor looking sharp now.
Yeah, Poor is mad. After map 1, maybe just thinking, nah, not going to be messing around anymore. Finally goes down to Benkai, but they need a little more. They're still not winning out on the sites directly, so again, this is that mid-control. You're putting the players in between pretty much, but it can be filled, the gap can be closed. Might think they could get a big punish.
Oh my
Still
God.
checks. Okay, Russ, fair enough. Yeah, close it out, bud, as well. Why not just put the icing on the cake? 10-1.
Ini kalau 11-1 udah gue berhola lagi.
I think that's it again. I'll have to take a proper look at it, but it's not going to be full utility, full armors, full weaponry here for PaperX, even with that loss bonus.
Just give me a piece of that aim.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, it's so sick.
Love that little baby skill. Like you said, yeah, Russ checks it, but Izzy's just like, I'm hopping out here, just clear underneath me, please.
Full face.
Yeah. See here, a guy actually better than what I was seeing, but Sheba no armor. He's got a rifle. Bladestorm available. Forsaken. Gonna hop up. We'll find nothing though. At the top of cannon. Lockdown available as well for Benkai, but again, with the way this has gone, I don't think PaperX even considering the possibility of resorting to a set play. I think they're going to continue trying to find an opening. It's like finally they will try and pop towards pyramids. That's it. Oh, Izzy just hopped right into that. Luckily not going to do any further damage to him, but
No, but he has to respect it. It's at least forced him away from the site for now. So Spike can go down. PaperX actually will get into a decent... We'll eventually get the Spike down and get into a decent post-plant situation. So there is that bonus. We haven't really seen them 5 alive post-plant until this point.
Snake Fires to rely on, and that lockdown now comes into play, and it's a huge component considering the Hunter's Fury on the side of Russ was invested.
Okay, Shiva now forced out of the angle slightly, so
There you go.
you can see SMB getting a little bit closer, but there it is. Lockdown comes out, Mind Freak does find Pora. Russ is now caught as well. This is the first time we're really seeing a better look on this retake. Forsaken makes his debut, and it's not bad. It's only a 1, but it sets up the rest. Divine Mind Freak there, 10-2.
Consolation, a lifeline, however you want to look at it. Regardless, that scoreline not looking good at all for PaperX. To see what, if anything, they can get done in the second half here, Lauren.
Yeah, plenty more to be seen, a lot more to be done. 10-2. Shiva needs to get on the board as well. This has been a very rough first half.
Indeed.
Well, that was a bit of a rough first half, as Pansy and Hypox said, for PaperX, but a very, very good half for SB.
Yeah, I mean, everything I thought about that reason, they just won all of them quite good. It's not like SMB was doing anything creative with their utility or like, you know, finding little teamwork plays to pick off the Paper X players. They were just skill dipping them in a lot of these areas, especially Pora in mid.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Flame dream for them here completely. And also we saw Paper X doing a little bit of what they were doing in season. They do have the ability to try and do those fakes, but we saw on the other side an SMB with very slow and well-paced rotations, not taking risks when they are not needed, and very well for them. I'm actually concerned because the fact that they banned this 3 for the first account and now they're playing it out, it's maybe like, hey, this is the ace under our sleeve, and if they have to pull it out early in the competition.
Yeah, but a promising sign for SMB is Russ is coming in hot.
Yeah.
And he looks really, really good, especially in these A retakes. There's 2 of them that he won the pistol round. An insane forte we saw that just destroyed everywhere.
I mean, yeah, sorry, Sean. I mean, he used to be the star player, you know, of Turkey back in the day before he joined this from BBL as well. And I think Kakuka, you know, it took him a little bit to kind of adjust and find this new footing in the new role, but he really showed up big here.
And also, we love to see a double operator on defense. It's kind of natural, but I mean, it's also very effective. So.
Yeah, on the other side of things though, Shiba, man, he had such good waving. They need more out of their soda.
Do you feel like they got in the trap a little bit of picking this map because they know SMB don't play it? So they saw it and they were like, oh, let's do it.
I could because yeah, they looked a little shaky. Once SMB got on their little roll, it was very difficult to that solution.
Well, it is a 10 half, and it's time to jump into the second half with Pansy and Hypop to see if Paper X can make that comeback or SMB can play this out.
Certainly plenty of questions, but it's a one-sided map, and I don't think we have. See Paper X find a way back in and comfortably. It showed in that first half. Game back on. Like flash for Forsaken, that's a lot in one sentence. And dead anyway.
Gue jatuh nggak anjing, goblok.
And SMB of trouble. This is not what we'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, they come out swinging. That's what you hope to see from them. It's not gone their way on those first 2 engagements. Spike not committed again. SMB with so much time to just sit and wait for Paper X to slip up. Find an opening in we're actually going to find Mindfreak in Nest. That Sheriff being put to work in a pistol round. Kai again,
Is he, man? What a game from him. And he was struggling a lot. He was doing okay at keeping Forsaken tamed at times, but nice to see him let loose a little bit. He's the flash, but I mean, Device 1 HP. There is no dream. There is just Izzy and SMB making 11 and it's a start.
Progress 4 kills for Izzy. Even if he gets like still behind. At least try and take the initiative again. Really the best one, I think, to look at.
And he's still getting better. Alvaro neatly makes his way down the middle. I don't think he cares much that he's muted. Had to take the fight Forsaken.
Player 2
Shiba 011 kasihan anjing.
Backaway on such low HP already. Look at the damage. Shiba 24,
kalau pisaran.
Forsaken 16. Their HP is in the bin.
Right, actually, with the purchase here, doesn't have that heal available either, so 2 very squishy targets for SMB to chase down here. Second one will be found. Brave will be the one to find the Shiba. Nobody get anything done out of Nest there, so has to resort back towards Archers. Benkai. This is weird.
It's really
Tor
weird.
still finds it.
Turretnya kok nggak nembak?
Casual look towards like that. Fair enough.
GG dah, GG dah,
Wrap
GG.
it up and get out.
Next game, next
Quite
game.
Getting flawless. That's 2 on the trot now as well.
Opportunity here to get an orb, or that's all I'm praying for in Well, that was about the final round of this map.
Hold ball.
I'm Team Shiva right now.
Yeah, that's probably a very brief summary.
Yeah,
to,
real brave statements I'm making.
What far?
Hard hitting. Again, no.
Udah.
3,
Sampai
2,
next game dah.
1, brawl.
NM, GG NM. Kayak banget nih orang anjing.
Leaving old Forsaken. On his own, maybe from Mind Freak coming over. Twice to be going down from the furious round we have. Watchparty will be a little weird.
Indeed. Steve will find some information, but Brave will find Forsaken. Even out. The final one. Mind Freak, the last one to deal with.
There it is, SMB. It's a clean cut victory on map 2. Fired up maybe after map 1 being a bit of a disaster, but map 2 was anything but. They were flawless throughout the game. They're eyeing up map 3 now. That is where the real challenge begins.
And interesting, really, just going to point to come back to, talking about, you know, the validity of what that map record is coming into this. I could say the very same thing to you, Lauren. But, yeah,
Ban 0 kill anjir.
Iya, tahu gua lihat. Unlucky.
Banget.
Udah next map itu mah.
Ini apaan sih yang David ini? Zoom mana?
Dia ikut ke universitas dia ada Ciputra itu.
Apaan?
Paling ini apa namanya seminar gitu.
Talking about they could have it individually. Again, Shiva is actually pretty pivotal to Paperex's success and aim there.
Gaya nih Koji anjing.
They have to pull themselves out of the pit. If anything, it's the biggest positive to have it is that that's how the way it's done. It was a quick match, cool, forget it, took the risk, it didn't work. We're now level in the series. It's not great to be forced to a map 3, but they unfortunately just have to go back to basics.
Fine, just clear out the mental, take a second. We'll have a break coming up in this time, so they will have ample opportunity to do so. Get their heads in the right place, refocus up on map 3, because as said, map 1 was so close. You can see the difference between teams prepared what they need to achieve. They beat, that's why we're going to map 3, so clearly we know it's in them. Map 2, I mean, SMB, you kind of woke up the dragon there. So I feel like we're going to be in for an absolute fire third map. So guys, do stick around. We'll be back in a moment's time after this break. And the Deaths will take maybe lead those expectations straight to map 3. So let us know their thoughts.
Mouse-nya Glorious model D-, mousepad-nya Logitech G640, 640, 640. Sama lah itu kayaknya deh. Kalau gue kelarin ini 3-3. Tiga empat kelar seharusnya. Kita main lagi dah. Gue sekarang hati dulu pakai iso. Baru gue ganti.
Three, two, one, brawl!
Gue suka banget gitu, kenapa ya? Fuck. ADS ada apa dengan Shiba? NT Gaming kena mental tuh dah. Mentalnya kena Ini udah calon-calon kena mental anjing. Pasti dia ngapainnya mati tuh. Yaudah jago nih.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Jago di parah. Wah, e-sport Breeze is better. Wah, e-sport lagi orang itu gak pernah latihan blok. Breeze kan Breeze main-main anjing. Bisa menang Bume gue bingung. Kenapa gue yang jatuh? Babi. Deep sini deep. Baby, so
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Anda anjing orang. gitu doang anjing. Cuk. Lu ngomong ke Opa Kartia pakai bahasa Inggris apa Indo? Inggris lah. Banyakin gaya anjing. Damage-nya sakit banget. You know. Udah mulai lagi anjing. Tutorial hammer. What?
Dan di video kali ini gue pengen bikin tutorial tentang cara bermain hammer ya. Hammer ini tidak memerlukan dodge rate yang terlalu banyak, makanya di video kali ini dodge rate itu nggak ada. Dan juga bagi kalian yang bener-bener baru main Brawlhalla atau pemula, gue rekomendasi dulu kalian tonton video gue tutorial Brawlhalla untuk pemula biar lebih paham video ini. Oke, langsung aja kita mulai, let's go. Gerakan yang pertama Turtlight. Turtlight ini kalau di 1v1 dia gerakannya nggak banyak ya buat ngelanjutin, paling cuma sekedar sidelight ya, tapi nanti sidelight ini bakal banyak lanjutannya. Atau kalau kalian bisa advance ini bisa jump, chase, dodge, side air ya, kayak gini, kayak gitu. Tapi itu cukup advance, nanti gue bakal ngajarin juga tapi cara jump, chase, dodge ya. Jadi bisa loncat yang low terus dilanjut pakai side air atau misalkan pakai recovery ya, nanti kayak gini, kayak gitu. Tapi di sini kita bahas Turtlight dulu ya. Turtlight ini pokoknya kalau 1v1 ya, kalau 1v1 ini cuma buat damage doang, bisa lanjut pakai sidelight, tapi kalau 2v2 ini bener-bener bagus banget. Lalu gerakan selanjutnya ada sidelight. Nah, sidelight ini dia knockback-nya nggak luar biasa ya. Kalau Turtlight ini knockback-nya kan bener-bener jauh banget ya. Jadi kalau merah by the way Turtlight bisa kill cepet banget ya kalau di ujung kayak gini. Karena knockback-nya lumayan jauh, kalian bisa lihat sini sampai sini. Nah, kalau sidelight ini knockback-nya nggak spesial banget. Tapi ini karena stunnya lumayan lama, ini bisa lanjut pakai Turtlight, atau bisa lanjut pakai downlight. Gitu. Dan downlight ini nanti bakal banyak ininya ya, bakal banyak stringnya atau lanjutannya. Jadi nggak usah khawatir, nanti bakal gue jelasin di bagian kedua. Lalu gerakan selanjutnya ada downlight. Nah, downlight ini dia stomp ya, kayak injek tanah. Ini enak banget kalau buat di-spam di ujung karena hitboxnya kalian bisa lihat sendiri, bener-bener enak banget nge-covernya. Ini juga harus diperhatiin ya, jarak dari downlight ini bisa dekat banget kayak gini dan jauh kayak gini ya. Jauh dan dekat tuh beda banget, bisa ngefek sama string yang kalian bakal keluarin ya. Kayak misalkan downlight sidelight ya, downlight sidelight kalau dekat banget kayak gini nggak kena ya. Nah, kalau dekat banget kayak gini nggak kena, meskipun downlightnya kena tapi kalau dekat nggak kena. Jadi jaraknya tuh tergantung, sedangkan kalau jauh pasti kena kayak gitu ya. Jadi jarak dari down
in that previous round, that's on the back of Shiba's response to that mid pressure, right? The hole gets blown in the wall. Again, it's 2 or 3 people noted, and straight away Paper X, they take the initiative. They push back into garage as 3 to find that 1 kill, and from there it's just systematic. They're able to hold on to both mid and male simultaneously. Mindfreak once again going to be called upon, but SMB at least spread a little thin this time. So not like that death ball we saw that you noted earlier.
More of a default-ish. I mean, you might want to start leaning on that. If they're going to start pushing the extremities with 3 players, that's when you do have to kind of lean into those looks. Make sure you catch it and don't give away free info or give up map space. You already see Izzy trying to make that progress towards middle. This is quite a common occurrence we saw in the opening rounds. That's the difference. Forsaken's got himself in there, at least for the 1-for-1 trade, so gets a good bit of damage done towards Izzy, but unable to do much more than that.
We've actually playing a little deeper this time around. Nothing in place to support Forsaken there, but Garage control actually maintained on the back of Brave being here. There's still actually some utility in place as well, but Mindfreak got to be careful with the timing there, nearly caught off guard, but
full info.
Yeah, Shiba will fall.
And Mindfreak now, yeah, the angle. Tried to work his way around on the pillar, but SMB have the site now in hand. This is a problem. And bear in mind how deep you saw Benkai and Devi holding towards A. These rotations, they're so far away. This is a save.
It's got to be. Like I said, they were in such dire financial straits on map 2. I think, again, without Devi getting the Blade Storm online, yes, it makes it an awkward consideration, but I think this is the right choice. PaperX here. Whether or not actually they're going to try and catch anything in mid or even consider finding some exits. Poor already looking as if he wants to go hunting, and again, can't fault him. They're in a position to do so. Here again, it's unfortunate because Forsaken tried to get on actually stacked up enough to where he can't even dismiss. I don't know if that was Forsaken maybe trying to double dip, which again is what you want. You've got line. Yeah, you've got to keep him in check.
Here we go. Let's see.
No, it's just it's just good spacing.
Good spacing, fantastic spacing. And this is the thing that people don't understand how difficult it is to just get a clean kill and back away half the time.
Especially on Arena.
Exactly. These guys are making it so difficult to do anything. They are in lovely spaced areas, and we've said it before. We were looking at SMB on that first map, and there were a couple of issues here and there. But as individuals, I feel like the elevation in performance has been very visible here. A lot of the players have really come online, especially that last map just running through. But confidence will be at an all-time high. On the other side, we have the 2 rifles that were left over from the prior round coming in to support. That is just pistols. There's maybe a shorty, yeah, on Forsaken, but that's that. That's all you got.
As he spammed away from holding that tight angle. Izzy will actually find Shiba. Again, SMB just have such a good read on exactly where PaperX is trying to position. Almost in these kind of ratty holds on the eco round at least. Well, they know it's potentially a shotgun, potentially a judge on the other side of these smokes. Again, great usage positionally and also of utility to find this space once again.
And Izzy's just patrolling middle. Look at it. Devi's on the other side and Forsaken's down below, but it's like these are the tougher angles to clear, right? They're the harder, safe angles to clear. You still have to take a bit of a risk to go to that sort of point. And Izzy tries to swing back through. And it was slowly going to burst off the back of that. Force them away from the angle far enough. Is he actually going to carry on forward? Spots one just down below, sends it blind, still finds its intended target of Mindfreak. And the sight's all theirs.
Now PaperX fight. Again, 2 rifles to consider here. Forsaken, I guess, going to try and find something on the back of the wall, but Wave will actually make that decision for him. Again, forced to hold on to these. SMB going to get themselves in another round where they survive as 5 as well, so potential to build on the early momentum already. That one reset didn't really account for anything. Super. There's one thing I love, it's seeing a flash like that get stuck against the wall, but again, there's no opportunity really for...
Us Sky mains find it very difficult sometimes.
We always catch them on camera as well, that's the best thing, always.
It hurts my soul.
But this is the thing, it's PaperX have just... it's a blip along the run, and that makes it even worse.
They can't keep it. Devi needs to stay alive here. Just about gets out with it. Yeah, that's fine. But still, you're clutching at straws. You're looking at the minute to try and give you an advantage away through something that will work in your favor, and very little is right now. We need to identify this, because SMB are just taking full mid control. They are running rampant. Izzy is untamable right now. He has been absolutely laying waste to not only kind of vent room, rope room, he's been taking mail room, he's been pushing control. We haven't really seen a full hit towards the sites necessarily yet. maybe we'll see it now. First time we've seen that full A-lean coming out, so a different look here. Maybe they've gone, oh, we've got to address this mid-piece, and now they're going, we're going A. That's a different start, though. Benkai, huge impact at the start. Taking down Izzy is perfect. Maybe the head of the snake here, but Devi right there beside him. Perfect shutdown from Paper X. This is the side I was waiting to see, but now it's still Turco. This would have to be an ace. He's got 2. Can he get a res? Yes, he can. So he gets Izzy by his side, but will lose his life for it. So now Izzy.
Out of charges.
What can you do with this? Gets himself a rifle, and you have to be God's gift to this game right now. Tagged up, spots them, nothing more to be had. First time we're seeing a fully
Nice, sir.
Yeah, there's nothing that's indicative, really. We talk about, things like conditioning and forcing the enemy team to be left guessing, right? Where do we throw 2 people? Where do we throw 3 people potentially at the start of a round? Anticipation of this, and I mean, yes, Benkai finding one fully through the smoke there is something you can't necessarily rely on repeating, but at least this time around, Supermassive plays actually potentially leans in their favor now if they resort back to spreading in a deep hole, looking for mid control once again, because those are the sort of things they've got seemingly for free.
Baru 4-2, kalem ya bos.
That's exactly what we'll see here. Izzy will send the boombot up. Look how deep he's able to get already. Just the first 15 seconds all the way into the other side of the rope. Yes, Benkai now has adjusted his utility. There's a turret up in heaven. A couple of spots. You can see actually with the way Nano forms a position on the minimap, relying on that long range. Why we're seeing this lead for Paper X towards B. He's the fail-safe for A site here.
Semua rekon Mall Berlin ini, semua rekon Mall Berlin.
Once the ultimate goes down.
Pindah dia.
Cannot fall here, Lauren.
Oh, you could see them so willing to test this as well. They're actually changing mind. Back on through, Shiba. It's all on you now. They're running your way. You have 5 players stampeding forward. 1 down. He gets the tag on the second. The slow goes in, tries to set up Devi, but it's Forsaken. Dragging them down with him. You're not
gonna pass. Finally,
exactly
Shiba.
what the doctor ordered for Paper X.
Bang Bren kok nggak ada Bang Fator jangan pura-pura gila lu anjing. Udah lama nih nggak marah-marah nih. Bangsat. Lupa nggak?
Make it a little more awkward for them on the way in, potentially creating kind of a one-way angle on the edge of that.
Let's go. Bajuku basah anjing gara-gara lu babi.
Still 1 round to make up though.
Aus gua ngomong.
So everything else available for Paper X here. We'll see once again Benkai make this adjustment. This time around Devi over towards A.
Dia vandal semua ya orang ini Turki. Korea semua Phantom anjing. Aduh, timing. Ketahuan gak sih?
Izzy will be shut down at the start. That's in mid once again. So
shit.
Another bread and butter round for Supermassive Blaze to at least try and find some control in mid. Brave
nice.
Actually, Brave and Tora will fall in quick succession there.
Nice shot.
Shiba will find a 3rd as well, but Russ good for the
trade.
trade.
Sendiri anjing.
Russ actually the last man standing, so he can do any further damage here to the side of Paper X.
1, that's it. That's all he's gonna get. We're back right at the doorstep now, and this, I find it so hard to categorize Paper X, right? Because we'll see rounds where they just get absolutely run over, but credit to them for finding some adaptation here. That next layer to go to, that next step, and finally they've been starting to quell the likes of Izzy, catch those mid-pushes, making it slightly more difficult. This is much better in my mind, but again, 4-4, 3 on the trot now.
Forsaken tuh yang ngechat ya bang.
Finally
Iya,
back into some money.
betul sekali Fatur.
It's been taken away from SMB, but they've got odds and ends they can
Operasi
still work
mata
with, but
dia.
it's far from perfect.
Sama kulit.
And it's the Pantheon Hyper
Dia sipit loh.
We're still taking the brand. I'm sorry, guys. How do you feel?
I don't really want it. I guess
You don't want
really
it?
have a choice, do we? It's
No.
Forced upon us.
Truly.
It's an awful ratio we have, though, isn't
It actually is disastrous. Well. Chat, how's it going? The madness truly does set in at one point. However, this is the perfect time for you guys at home if you are watching. Hashtag Valorant Masters, let me know your expectations in this match, because I mean, if I feel like I asked at the start, everyone would be like,
Downlightnya itu tergantung juga sama string yang bisa kita lanjutin ya. Kalau dekat biasanya gue lanjut pakai graphic cancel terlight ya, karena itu true. Tapi kalau jauh biasanya gue lanjut pakai side light. Dan kalau biasanya high damage ya, kayak udah misalkan damage-nya di sekitar 50 ke atas, ini bisa lanjut pakai downlight sider, true combo, gak bisa di dodge. Dan itu sakit banget, bisa kill sangat cepat. Bisa lanjut pakai downlight sider, true combo, gak bisa di dodge. Dan itu sakit banget, bisa kill sangat cepat. Gerakan selanjutnya neutral air. Neutral air banget buat ngejagal musuh ya, karena hitboxnya juga bener-bener enak banget. Ya bisa dipakai buat ngejagal kayak gini. Dan ini bisa kill early karena damage-nya juga luar biasa dan hitboxnya ini bener-bener luar biasa banget. Oke, kita lihat aja dulu di sini hitboxnya. Bener-bener nge-cover bagian atas dan bagian samping ya. Meskipun tinggal busuk, nge-cover bagian atas kita. Ya kalau misalkan kalian pengen approach ini juga enak kayak begini ya. Kayak gitu. Jadi nggak harus bener-bener di atas, di hitbox yang samping ke cover. Jadi ini juga enak banget. Gerakan selanjutnya sadar. Sadar ini kita pakai buat nge-kill lawan kita kalau misalkan musuh kita darahnya udah cukup low ya. Ini juga bisa dipakai sih. Itu combo gak bisa di dodge. Kan musuh kita darahnya udah low, biasanya gue pakai combo downlight sadar ya. Ini karena true combo gak bisa di dodge. Downlight sadar ini bener-bener sakti banget. Kalian lihat mentalnya itu jauh banget, padahal cuma 150 ya. Kalau neutral air nggak pasti nge-kill ya. Meskipun neutral air ini hitboxnya dia lebih spesial, kalian bisa lihat nggak mati ya. Karena meskipun neutral air hitboxnya spesial, tapi force atau knockbacknya nggak sebagus sadar ya. Sadar bener-bener mentalnya jauh banget. Nah kalau misalkan musuh kita darahnya masih low ya, kita bilang aja darahnya 0. Nah ini sadar ini bisa kita pakai buat combo ya. Sadar side light, sadar downlight, dan juga sadar neutral light. Lalu gerakan selanjutnya down air. Kalau down air ini dia cuma kayak naikin lawan gitu ya. Lumayan cepat sih gerakannya, tapi nggak terlalu penting ya. Tapi kalau misalkan musuh kita darahnya udah cukup merah itu mungkin bisa nge-kill ya. Tapi kalau misalkan darahnya masih low, biasanya tuh gue pakai downlight, down air, lalu kita lanjut neutral air. Karena kan kita naikin ya. Kalau kita naikin biasanya gue lanjut ya. Kalau nggak neutral air ya recovery. Tapi ya gerakan yang cukup basic ya, biasa aja, nggak susah banget. Lalu gerakan selanjutnya, nah ini baru gerakan spesial nih. Recovery ini bener-bener gerakan paling mantep di hammer ya, bener-bener kayak inti hammer, kayak bener-bener gila banget. Kalian bisa lihat ini hitboxnya meskipun gak spesial banget ya, mungkin kelihatannya hitboxnya biasa aja gitu, sekecil ini, tapi ya bahkan musuh yang ada di sini, musuh yang berdiri di sini, kita masuk bisa ketarik sama recovery ya, karena recovery ini hitboxnya kadang nggak masuk akal, dan ini bisa enak banget buat balik ke stage ya. Misalkan ada musuh yang nge-ground pound, ini tinggal kalian tarik dan situasinya berbalik. Sekarang dia ada di bawah, jadi benar-benar enak banget nih recovery. Dan ya seperti yang gue bilang, kalian bisa nangkep ground pound kalau misalkan kalian udah ngerti timing dan situasinya langsung berbalik ya. Kalian bisa ground pound. Biasanya sih kalau abis gue kena recovery gue control ya. Karena mungkin abis gue recovery, kalau darahnya udah low gue control. Kalau darahnya masih kayak putih gini, biasanya gue ground pound. Karena ground pound ini force-nya gila banget. Ini kayak semacam ini kalau kena luar biasa. Karena cukup lambat ya. Bergerakannya count pun di ground. Karena masih gelap buat spesial chase dodge. Chase dodge ini penting banget kita pakai di hammer karena bakal sering banget kita pakai. Jadi dodge biasa kalian bisa lihat kayak begini. Sedangkan chase dodge itu kalau kita nge-hit musuh kita, kalian bisa lihat kita dapat dodge yang lebih cepat dan lebih jauh dan lebih efisien ya. Dodge yang biasa kan kayak gini, kecil kayak gitu doang. Kalau misalkan kita nge-hit lawan kita pakai gerakan apapun kecuali weapon throw, ini bisa dapat dodge yang lebih cepat ya, atau bisa dibilang chase dodge. Nah ini bakal kita pakai buat gerakan kayak Russian Mafia kayak begini, nanti gue bakal jelasin. Lalu gerakan selanjutnya ada gravity cancel. Nah gravity cancel ini caranya kalian ngedodge di udara ya, ngedodge di udara, nggak harus chase dodge, nggak harus chase dodge ya. Yang penting ngedodge di udara langsung attack. Ini bisa dipakai buat gerakan apapun. Down air ini nggak bisa di gravity cancel sih, atau terus bisa attack apapun.
He's put in a position, he's delivered that for Paper X.
We go again. People hoping that Paper X will pop off a little more, maybe a little. Not disappointed after the second map, but wanting to see more of what made them good. I like you guys getting in touch with us, so thank you for that, for keeping us company during the tech pause, but everything is resolved.
Ini gue pengen ngejelasin tentang
Let's jump right back into the
Russian
action.
Mafia. Ini adalah salah satu gerakan yang cukup
Russian
Look to add to the catalog as mid control starts being toyed with, and we see the purchase here. Far from perfect. This was the off the back of the break of the money. The funds are now depleted. Device like, nah, I'm gonna dip. Leave this one to you, Forsaken.
For some actually though, you can see the operator employed on the side of Divide. Initially here, forced away from this position. Turco actually on a solo swing. Forsaken actually double dips, finds the second, and will get away. But Izzy closes the distance. Divine now with an operator.
Anything
difficult.
you can do, I can do better. Izzy doesn't want to share the spotlight. This guy just got 2 massive kills in quick response to Forsaken, just finding mid-control. But he did it with a Sheriff. He's got himself a nice little op as a treat, as a reward. And now where do they want to go? Fancying maybe B. Izzy. To try and fit on through. There we go. Back on it, but Pora's still lingering around. Still showing a bit of presence, which is slowing down these 2 players, hitting that rotation. So now Mind Freak is going to be put to test against Plenty now. Yes, Pora goes down, but he's trying to buy time. Mind Freak's the big boy, and he finds him on the way back to the site. PaperX find another to put on the board.
Again, this is the problem being when the early rounds played out in this way, it comes back and once again, Benkai this setup on A, and I've got to feel it now. It feels as if Supermassive Blaze are considering leaning back towards kind of that set piece, right? They're looking as if they're going to go towards A. Mindfreak, good read on this situation, at least to retake B main control. At least at that point, I guess Poor is the only one that hasn't been visibly confirmed, and they look for that lurk, and right there, completely rips that apart before they can even get towards sight. Supermassive Blaze actually going to call time out here again. Benkai has this setup now. Initially, in the buy phase, stacked up 4 towards Sushi at least, and Pora over towards A main, so it doesn't look like it's going to be an all-in piece. But that's my concern now. If we see that adjustment and they consider kind of an execution towards A site, Benkai's been sitting on this. Whether or not Supermassive Blaze are also thinking the exact same thing as me, they're playing retake on A, don't lean into it, but they then have to address potentially a 2, 3, or 4-man stack towards mid, towards B, which again, you are kind of shaping how the round is going to play out.
Yep.
I'm seeing pings actually all over the minimap towards A. You can just see them here as we come back into game. So they're trying to identify, I guess, exactly where Benkai's positioned, but he's been good at actually not showing himself at all the last few rounds.
No.
He was unnoted as of yet, other than I guess the turret on the window previous round, which obviously then they don't know it's Pora, but they did find Pora.
5-4. Jumping back in once again, this mid-control at least showing this is a consistent look. Every single round, we should get used to this. First man to probably address this will be Forsaken, but with a newer angle, slightly deeper towards the back side of the vent room. Izzy, no subtlety, feeling bold enough, but they've got to know there's 2 players here. The feed show, but Brave wins the fight. And now there's problems galore as PaperX has to respond. Defy, you're a brave boy, just gonna dip his head down there, but he's gonna know better. About to get eaten alive, but Izzy, what do we do with this now? Off we go, and around we go. Might just post it, he does it, finds nothing. Maybe just giving them a bit of space to play towards the site.
Here again, still the failsafe in position. Benkai still has this lockdown. And everybody on Supermassive Blaze except for Pora positioned towards site. The wall go down heaven, so they're going to try and maintain control here. I think the lockdown going to force them back, but not all the way out.
Heaven controls this could be hard. You've still got so many players here. Yeah, the lockdown's going to come in, but how much they get forced away? There's still a little bit of playable area up there, and Turco's going to just thrive among it. 3 more seconds, and he can get back to where he wants to be. But for now, they ain't that fussed about this Mind Freak moving around as well. Just gets absolutely eaten alive. Down to 1 divide. That op has found nothing. No value in this one yet. And this has been the perfect adjust, perfect lean towards A. And SMB, that is a gorgeous round to look back on. A Prime Gaming flawless 1-2.
They effectively dismantle everything that PaperX had put in place for the last 3 rounds with that setup that I talked about time and time again. And actually in this round in particular, both Devi and Forsaken show on ramp. They show to Pora's spy camp. So they're almost baiting. They're saying, look, it's the Reina and the Jet here. You know, we're not playing retake on A. We're going to fight for it at lobby. SMB with the perfect response through ropes. Again, Forsaken getting caught slightly off guard. And actually as well, Devi burning the Blade Storm to try and get a desperation kill in response.
Straight up middle again, but Forsaken this time found. He does have Shiba by his side, but this does mean that A will be lighter than before. They have to be proactive, but the wall's going to be behind them. But this is Forsaken's spray actually does find Izzy, but they're going to return this fight. They're turning it around slightly. Brave is happy to take this. Caught in the heels almost. Mind Freak pulling the attention, but Forsaken still stands. Now they are boxed in, but they are fighting their way out. Russ still claims Forsaken. This is problematic. This little pack that is just roaming in middle is so deadly. They had Pora making sure no one was going to be flanking around the backside on A. And he can now join the rest of them.
All about to crumble as well, so Pora will be able to regroup here. Still two, oh, again, Mind Freak up here towards stairs and Divide with that operator towards B main. Still 2 to hold down the fort. Mind Freak actually was spot. The gravity were perfect actually for the first, but Turco in position to trade and get the res.
Divine makes value just before position gets really revealed. The intent fully known, and he needed it, but Turco denies it. What a shot from him. Massive impact this round as Benkai, we know he's been playing towards that A side, so his rotation's a little further away. Position now fully, everyone knows where he's at. On the switch up, still isolates Russ, goes for the follow, can't get it, Brave is there. And SMB now back-to-back rounds on the board.
As well, to take a look at the economy for Paper X here. Maybe a little flaky to say the least to close out in the last round. See if they'll be able to get a full purchase at least. Get the gravity well perfect, but straight away the response is there with both the kill and the res actually. Well, light armors, yeah, but the Bulldog, it's serviceable. I don't know. Looking at it, utility doesn't seem to be a problem. You look towards Sheba with the wall, those sorts of things that may be overlooked, but a bit proactive here to at least take the orb on A here and maybe force Pora a little deeper into spawn, but first time we've seen Paper X completely give up mid.
Yeah, we haven't seen this lean on this side as much to give Pora a little bit of a pushback. Interesting to see Forsaken there, and you're right, that mid fight is now slightly absent. SMB be curious as to what's going on. The Divide goes over towards that B site. Benkai could be in a spot of bother, but Divide isn't, playing from the rafters. Catches Izzy on the push-up. That's going to slow progress. SMB going to have to work out how to try and pry these players out, these slightly deeper positions. The flash doesn't land, the repeat's good for Divide, but he doesn't land the shot. That time, it's still not hitting. It's Mind Freak going down, and Divide's now fallen. He had so many bites of the cherry. Benkai! What a round from him! He still needs more, though. Turco still looming, lingering up top. Jump peak's great. He has done so much. The support should be here. Forsaken should get his back. Turco shouldn't cause any more problems, but it's still Turco. That's one. He's to find 2 more. Benkai on pillar, he knows that. Sheba up top, maybe not so aware. Now Turco, considering that's to mask the sound of the drop, he should know, but Benkai catching the final player. 6-6. We said, is it going to be map 1? Is it going to be like map 2? We have our answer. Far more like map 1 and way closer affair here, Hypog. But it is the halftime. So we're going to take a short second to dive down to the desk. We're going to give you a quick little update on their thoughts coming into the second half. Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. 6-6 at the half. It is a nail biter, and this is exactly what we want to see as a decider.
Yeah, I really like what I see out of both teams right now. Paper X responding back to that early run from SMP. I was getting a little scared, I'm not going to lie, and then it looked like Divide finally came into form, and then a little bit of good things from Forsaken on this arena, but I mean, I think he had more success earlier in the series, if I'm being honest. I just think all around, even Benkai came up big in that last round. Both teams are really firing on all cylinders.
I don't know exactly what to think of this map because I'm seeing, we were talking about it, we were watching it, and we've seen some mistakes that were made that were major. I feel like maybe too dependent on everything that is going on onto mid. I feel like also Paper X took a long time to decide what was the right play to do about the situation onto mid. I really like the fact that, as we've seen, I feel like Turco had a great half. That was expected, but still, I think like this has to be a 6-6 because I haven't seen one team overtake the other one.
Yeah, that round, the retake round with the Killjoy ultimate and the Cosmic Divide, the lockdown combo, that was so awful to watch because they didn't have Heaven control, and the Cosmic Divide left an opening to Heaven. And they just kept peeking the Heaven angle, like totally unaware of it.
Literally had a lockdown that pushed everybody onto Heaven. Yeah, we were talking about it.
Well, it is 6-6, so who are you favoring going into the second half?
Oh, at this rate, I mean, I think Paper X, they've looked way stronger on the attack side throughout this entire tournament so far. So if they have those set plays like we saw in Haven, I'm going to actually edge them to get 7 rounds on this attack half.
And I am going to say they're not going to do that great on the attack because, as we say, they do not have the initiator. I don't know exactly how they plan to get into sight, because if Turco's defending, we saw that 1v1 against Forsaken. He was just going for the blinds. He's not scared to you. He's just like playing A-Lab a little bit. So I'm going to say this is going for SMB.
Ooh, well, let's get into the second half now with Pansy and Hypok and see what both of these teams can do.
All up, all of this is up for grabs. Every single part of this is up for grabs. So, again, I don't know where to cut this, because we've seen just rounds on the row now. 4 back-to-back rounds came in that first half, and it was like, wow, okay, there's the bounce back. But again, these teams seem so hard to split between each other here.
No, I think the interesting thing is now PaperX have to lean into something we didn't see in map 1, which is kind of this all-out aggression, right? It was very composed, it was very in control, there was protocols in place to put themselves in a position to win rounds on Haven. Now, I feel as if that's makes a great point. Competition-wise, it's really divide the furthest forward of anyone.
Crosshair, cuman pengen
making sense. Counter push on the side of SMB.
Penyabun
nothing noted on either side at this point.
Nggak bisa.
And now Russ in mid, potential to flash out here. Benkai actually going to play lurk here behind the turret, but there's still 2 people in position. It's Pora and Turco still on A site here to hold down, and another tripwire invested on A main.
They didn't do enough to pull these rotations that deep or that long. They made a bit of contact, lost a player, and then started running. Pora can just sit and wait for this. I'm not impressed by this at all. Mind Freak's gone, Benkai, your last one standing. Yeah, that wasn't good enough to shake SMB at all. They are happy enough. They instantly read that retreat. Not gonna happen.
Again, you got to think about what happens there. So Pora is spotted, and that's the call to then hit B, with only 1 person outside who, I guess as soon as Mind Freak doesn't take any contact there, they're kind of maybe guessing that the weaker side of the stack is towards B, but it's just so bizarre to watch that. The time to get from A main all the way into garage, and then do you bank on SMB putting an extra body towards A just on the back of, call it contact if you want. It's just very, very weird to see. That's the sort of things where you think actually maybe it's coming down to a confidence issue, and at this point the pressure getting to PaperX.
Pressure is a huge factor that we're probably not touching on enough. But for now, Izzy's work in the middle is not over. Isolating Forsaken off the back of that Sky utility makes it a little bit easier. No, the pain shell is nasty too. Russ trying to close that gap. He wants to finish what he started, and he's going to, but not quite enough to take down Mind Freak. But Izzy's there on the cleanup squad. Brave finding Divide comfortably as Benkai now your last player standing. Please get the orb, and no far towards Pora. Decent conversion, 4 alive, no threats.
Well, again, 4 survive, so good opportunity at the bonus round. Supermassive plays, SMGs to ride on, but okay, I was gonna see if we do see anything weird come out here. Initially, Pora comes across, is gonna invest a tripwire in ropes, and then be the solo man to play anchor towards B. Now, the initial concern being, PaperX actually stacked towards mid here. There's 4 players on the side of Supermassive plays here. They're gonna try and flash out of A main, potentially catch Benkai.
Let's see if Benkai can be picked apart. He's going to dip away towards Sewer, and SMB are going to overextend almost. They want to try and chase him away from that, but the response is quick. Straight up middle. PaperX want to take that space in response. Now they're going to really understand this. Now Forsaken, has he been considered well enough? They've got to be so aware, and no, they're not. And this is a huge problem. It's just fallen to pieces down here. Forsaken could overextend on that if he wanted to. Decides against it, leaning towards that B side. Look how deep they're holding on this Russ.
Flick, bro.
That Cypher sitting slightly deeper, but Russ going to play forward. There's 2 players here. He's going to get 1. He gets the second, the third evades, but already damage has been done. It's a 2v2 now.
spike out from Poor. Again, the perfect distraction there to allow Russ to swing out. Paper X. Walk back to the tripwire though. Look, have to deal with that, and that's going to be Turco called up here. Again, the slows. We'll stop this initially. Time's still on the clock here, so they can run away from this. Turret will confirm, actually. There's at least one here. I don't know if 2 audio cues were given away, but got free access to B site here.
Shiba just going to sit himself up here. Turco will be his first challenge if he wants to push deeper. I doubt he does. Just be on bodyguard duty for that spike to go down and try and sit towards the rafters. Works off the back of the utility with the KJ, that's lovely. Pora couldn't quite catch him in the back, so now there's an opening. Pora has to push forward, finds attack, not the frag, and Benkai again, they're going to shut the book on this round. Paper X right back in it, they're finding answers now. But I mean, at what cost as well? That was still a costly round.
3 kills on the side of Supermassive Blaze, and actually this is the moment here where Supermassive Blaze tried to flip things back in their favor after, I guess, spotting one against this distraction. Perfect for Russ. Unlucky not to find the third, actually, but credit Paper X for having bodies in the right place at the right time. Let's see here, it's... Russ the only one with the SVA. Is he actually with the operator online here? But it's weird at the start of this round. Turco's still going to find Benkai.
It's like those dreams where you can't run, you're like stuck in place. Just quicksand below your feet, couldn't make it out of there. Benkai gonna just have to force away, and now he look towards the others. What can these 4 do here? I like early aggression. It's a dangerous game to play though at 8-7, but it pays off.
Reset to get a bit of a heal up in B Heaven, but Impora repositioned towards site actually. A bit of utility invested to help him out, but the spike meanwhile making its way back towards B. Forsaken trying to remove these seekers so they can't give any further information at least. But again, the timing's just disastrous here for Paper X. 40 seconds left on the clock. SMB have already preemptively pulled away from A now.
You can see the expected timing with that flash. They're still a good 6-7 seconds behind that. It's
30 seconds left.
Very offset timing. The double stack now. Hot flash is perfect. Turco is just set in motion. Couldn't ask for anything better. Nice to live, but they couldn't handle.
Nice.
Mind Freak on the swing. Gonna take down 2 and puts Brave in a bad spot here. Tries to look towards Heaven, but wondering slipped towards sight. He has got Izzy coming through on CT, and that's gonna catch Forsaken on the cross. And Izzy's still right there, and he will not be moved. And it's now a big round for SMB. They're starting to get towards those double digits here. Very close to.
Aduh, fuck.
Straight back rounds, and Paper X now forced, I guess, unless Devi has Bladestorm. And the thing to note here with this, Devi has actually not had as big a game as he's had on the previous maps. See if they're going to make a play for the orb here, try and get that Bladestorm available. Again, SMB have, again, a really good read on what's going on. Again, the 2-for-1 trade, and then SMB come back. That's why we're seeing a couple of Sheriffs invested. And actually pushing deep enough here where they can't even get this orb in garage. Turco finds the first, Russ, 2 to follow up. Actually, the third eludes him. Damage done here, and okay, Mind Freak will respond with a second here, but look at the HP.
They're left in tatters, aren't they? Divine Mind Freak. Trying to pick up anything they can. The scraps left on the ground, but Brave was closing in the entire time. Devi, what a shot from you. 14 HP. You got anything else you can show us? You've got a minute to play with Spike in hand. Got a rifle. Got a Zol. Got a little bit of utility. 2 to find. 1 being Izzy, off in hand. Slowly leading down middle. Let's pause for a second just to consider the timing. The cross is being watched by Pora. So Divine now going to just work his way around. Every angle could contain a player, so he's clearing meticulously. And now timing's everything on this peak towards that top side of Heaven. Pora there, and it's going to be Pora. Nicely done. Double digits now found by SMB. I like that aggression. It felt a little wild, but I see the concept. The execution is always tricky, though. And again, Paper X are no slouches.
No, again, to stack up around the orb, anticipating actually the one thing that can bail them out of that eco round is Devi. That's maybe not accounting for Mind Freak and a Sheriff, but... Not enough done. But now, PaperX will actually call a timeout, and this is the point here where PaperX need to flip this back. We talked about 13-14 in favor of Supermassive Blaze. The one to come back and effectively keep the economy ticking over. Here we have lots of ultimates available for PaperX, and we haven't really seen them excel at sort of stringing together these choreographed hits. And again, you look towards things like the lockdown and the usage of it on defense here, almost playing into being a weight on their minds, honestly, and kind of forcing them to play a certain way. Here, at least on the attack, possibility to find their way into B side, or A if they fancy it, but again, it's just not been the look that's that's what we look towards PaperX for, right? Yes, on Haven we did see a little better control and composure, but that was more about just finding reads. Here, don't have the tools necessary to do that.
And I think I'm glad the desk kind of highlighted it when we first came into this, right? It's kind of a call back to that. We are seeing some of those theorized problems starting to show, but it's still a fine margin. We don't have a completely one-sided game. 10-7 is actually a very solid game between these two. I'm more than happy to see them still keeping up here. But look at the run of rounds. That's what scares me, Hypok. That's the bit that stands out to me now, is that it may look close, but what's happened in this half so far has been still quite one-sided.
So again, Deviant and Forsaken be the ones to drift into mid. Is he still with that operator? This time they will actually challenge this. And the time is going to be good enough that smoke will last long enough that they can get comfortably into mail. Again, don't expect SMB to fight for it. Once again, Pora has this spy cam above Hell.
You should run.
So know if this split comes through, but in a position now to be at the edge of the lockdown, Lauren. That's huge for PaperX.
The impact it has is now they can go.
Spy cam again.
Bloomin' spy cam. They never get away with anything. Rust just on that edge. Quick pop flash. Didn't note a player, but Forsaken kind of gave away his positioning in the end. But this is a lovely side take. It's worked out perfectly. Now they need to hold the retake. Divide could have a nasty little position. Playing out this cubby here. Let's see if he can make something of it. Divide just gonna have to wait patiently. He's gonna have to hear the audio cues, because one set through, they're in someone else's problem, but it's Shiva, it's Forsaken, it's a shutdown! 4 players back-to-back 4 for SMB, and they can't make it back in. Russ is locked out by so much, and what a way to turn it around for PaperX. They perfectly crafted something there, maybe just the back of that ult, however they wanted to play it out. Maybe that was the pause leading, and we just want a round on the board, a fail-safe plan, and that might have been it.
Really well coordinated. Again, getting 2 players into mail just to be there at the edge of that lockdown. Really well put in motion there. And Izzy, I mean, completely unable to do anything. I mean, what's the counter to that? He swings out mid with an operator. It's never going to actually. It's always nice when people have to run through the Cosmic Divide, isn't it?
Makes you feel good.
Everyone on PaperX in position to punish.
Oh, don't show me dinner. Who's doing? Is it? If that's you, Prius, I'm done with you. I'm done.
There's Yeti in charge of cinematics.
I don't like blaming Yeti. He's a sweet man.
Oh, you're saying Prius is?
Exactly. Don't fall for it. That's all I'm saying. Come back in though. Look at the money damage. Like, we've got 3 Spectres coming out. That's okay. Turco and Izzy are still okay for the purchase, but oh, Brave, no way! That's one he can't make more of it. I thought he could have just sprayed and prayed on that, but he couldn't. And now they're going to flood on through. You can see SMB want to just close that gap, try and get as close as possible. PaperX like, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a lot of you. We're going to just chill out for a second.
Again, the timing's not there though. They can't capitalize on this pressure on the other side of the map, and also Pora's utility still in place to just confirm that that's not the case. You will actually head back towards A, but PaperX, they wait behind it, anticipating the res. Potentially Izzy good for 2 headshots though. Forsaken finally responds, but a man advantage firmly in place for SMB and Russ. 5 close remaining kills. SMB now 11-8. Again, that round timeline becomes more and more awkward in terms of the purchase here. Especially with that investment in terms of the ultimates on the side of PaperX. Actually, yeah, Devi obviously can ride through the Blade Storm here. It's going to be really, really tricky. Sheba does actually have the res as well. Forsaken one off the Empress, so potential to turn this one around if they can find a favourable opening duel, but they definitely haven't been able to achieve that just yet. A comfortable opening duel.
Yes, well, I think that's a fair assessment. Seeker's going out hella early. Izzy's just going to follow them down. Divine going to be noted. What does Izzy do with the stay posted up, maybe? Falls away. Looking for the read. I don't think he got any of the audio cues here. As Divine now going to play back towards his space, seemingly aware of the possibility of each other here. Touch of damage towards Divine, but he's going to actually kind of close that gap real quick, trying to bounce off the back of it, but he can't do it. Izzy does well to stay alive, but expects more, and there isn't. They're all over towards B main, and oh my word, if he reads this right, yeah, you can see them scattering, running out of there, because they do not want to be near each other right now.
Damage done.
Perkara mangga asin aja dibahas lagi, anjing.
Actually, we're finding Brave here. Might pull Izzy out of position. They should be able to just hit straight towards default here. Izzy in no position to do anything about it other than the opening being found, but Pora now the last man standing, and PaperX weather the storm right now.
Masih bisa yuk, masih bisa yuk. Masih bisa yuk. Sorry. Masih bisa yuk.
Just got into the corner. Pora will retrieve the rifle upgrade and try and hold on to this one.
Marah-marah mundur ya. Mana ada marah, goblok.
To see now, again,
next to you.
Perfect response. I think actually with that purchase, whether or not that was kind of a safety play in terms of being able to then reinvest into the next, it's always tricky when it's this 2-1, 2-1 back and forth in terms of the timeline. I think actually SMB should be in a position where they potentially pour something in, but it's definitely not going to be a full purchase. And now when it's only 2 rounds, that's when you really want to be careful about what you're investing into these rounds.
Yep. It creeps up on you. It really does. So let's see what they go for this round. I'm actually kind of interested to see how they kind of approach the way of kind of spreading the wealth, I guess. They seem to be able to fashion a decent enough purchase. Yeah, I mean,
in on this one.
I think there was light armor I saw on one of them, but otherwise it's rifles.
Like I said, it was almost a buffer play to obviously make sure that this purchase for the next was comfortable. But PaperX win this. They're double digits. The 2 massive players have nothing left.
And look at these back and forth rounds. Okay, so SMB are going to get proactive. They're going to post up Turco. It's maybe the forefront of this, but look at the response coming out from PaperX. They're going for a heavy alien, and there's very few players here. Now, a little bit of damage done, actually. A lot of damage done. Forsaken is worse for wear. Pora, though, going to play passively, just trying to catch him on the cross. He was never here to fight this site, but just stay close enough to make post-plants uncomfortable. They only had him here. That was it. So actually a great read from PaperX to get the spike down, get into this post-plant. Wait, Pora's going ahead. Whoa, no way. Pora just walks out. Forsaken even a little baffled, but he gets himself healed up. A little bit of better position, pops the ult and gets ready to go.
What's happening in the back lines? I look at this. Sheba's got this wall up to slow down towards screen.
They funneled him, man. This is...
They have to come through this choke point. Either that or heaven window.
And it looks like now's the time. Straight on through. Izzy's the first one, put his life on the line. Mindfreak catches him mid-air, drags him down, and they're all just holding. Benkai's got 3 players around this corner. He's got crossfires. He's got support, but he's only got 1. Trades come in. It's a 1 for 2.
Winnable.
Divide goes.
Nice.
Stops him. And we are right back into it. PaperX are not letting this game go.
They wanted to throw everything at that round as well. Brave trying to create a pocket of safety to get that defuse going, but I gotta say, at that point, it's almost desperation. Great setup here in terms of actually SMB play into it perfectly by putting this wall up. They walk right into the double nano swarm setup that Benkai has, and I mean, PaperX are able to just kill so much time in that post plant. Things like the wall up on ramp, again, making sure that nobody can come over. There's nothing to really stop them from coming in there, but
money's gone. High pop.
This is exactly what we talked about here. That's all in with the ultimate investment as well.
Oh, look at what's left. Nothing. Barely even progress made. On the other side, you're starting to get mindful of far up, Benkai not far off. And this round should be
PaperX lah block.
A gifter. Now, not saying it too early because we've seen Russ and some other people do some mad shots And
What?
Izzy finding Forsaken. Hypark, this is not meant to happen this way. Spike's going through sewer to try and keep it safe, varying its passage towards A, but there's players in between. This is not safe just
Masih lu
yet.
sebel banget anjing
Brought back
Benkai.
to level pegging at least at the 3-3. Benkai spots one deep towards CT, has to fall back from this. Do not overextend. Do not let that rifle fall at this point. Play safe. Get that spike on site. You can see the patience being shown right now. Mindfreak can't make this cross yet.
Brave will be spotted on the way just
Lu jelek
inside
nih.
there.
Does Ross get the timing on
Jelek
the
nih.
cross?
I think he has, yeah. He's got across, but the spike making his way towards B now. I think actually information's been relayed.
Ross got
Brave now, yeah, Brave now considering this possibility.
Jangan masuk.
Aduh! For Brave, he heard just enough of the steps. Brave's found Shiba, and now Benkai and Mindfreak are sweating. This is panic stations everywhere. Benkai feels surrounded because he is. Russ has got him. There is no way SMB are going to do it like this. Mindfreak now in a 1v3. They've got rifles. They're geared up. They're ready to go. Izzy, the first challenge. Mindfreak passes it. He needs more. Divide goes up. He has to put everything into this. He does not.
Can he slip into spawn? No way.
This is it.
Oh my god!
Right next to each other. Ross, it was just a jump scare coming through that. SMP, how is that the round you just won?
What a way to turn things around. I can't believe that it's that.
Sayang banget
The SMB
anjing.
are able to force through on the back of. They had nothing left, Lauren.
Sheriffs.
Absolutely nothing.
Bits and pieces. A paint shell.
But again, they're able to punish this res here. As soon as Shiba comes through. Wow, what a round. What a way to turn this around again, just at the final post. And again, Mindfreak, like I said, he creates a little pocket. The potential's there for him to actually get in. Maybe even then throw a gravity well onto the spike or something.
Tournament life now on the line. SMB might have given themselves just that lifeline needed, but Benkai's still fighting. He finds Russ and they're not giving up just yet. They fashion together the best buy they can.
Si Jadon ngapain berhenti di situ, udah di net anjing. Masuk aja.
It's the best they can do. Brave though. Oh, the adjustment from Brave.
Ya udah kayak besek
It's
anjing.
just perfect. He wants this done. He wants to move on from this game. As now Benkai, Devi, and Shiba facing down Izzy in middle. Paint Shell comes in. There's a swing from the right side. There it is. Brave again. That's 3 now. As Benkai and Shiba, it's all on you two.
Have to turn this around. They have to find something they can act upon here.
Welcome back to Indonesia, Paperex.
Towards B site.
Jadon and Aran.
Brave, it's an ace to close it
Ace,
out. To keep SMP alive. Brave goes above and beyond for the boys. Steps up when needed most. And I cannot believe the end to that game.
Absolute madness. Paperex came out on map 1, showed me, justifying why they're here, why they're able to put up such a fight against Vision Strike. You can see what it means on the face of them. Absolute heartbreak. But SMB, I gotta say, a win out in a series that I didn't see even going the distance here. With a comfortable map 2 to force it here to split. And I gotta be, they were in control of most of that. Again, Paperex able to make it difficult along the way, but I felt as if Supermassive Blaze really, really were in control here.
I think eventually it took some time though. Paperex's ability is now just, they are such a good team. To push what is
Tadi
known
sayang
as
banget
the
Jadon
super
anjing.
team of Turkey.
Masuk aja tadi harusnya ke Rops,
Maybe you're not as
minta
familiar
heal
with
mah.
the region, you're like, oh, they're okay, I guess. No, these are meant to be the
Kenapa dia
super
nggak berdiri di
teams,
situ
right?
ya?
They put the best players, put them in a roster, and they had a shaky start. And they got pushed in every single way, and Paperex need to keep their heads held high because they pushed them so
Gara-gara perkara
hard in
menang
this
Iko
game. They
anjing,
forced them to
respect
adapt, change things up. They got punished by doing the same sort of things. They got caught out on this. This should be awakening for the likes of SMB, but in this final map, the pedigree of some of these players, the sheer brilliance of the individuals, my word, did it show.
Absolutely. To close out with Brave dropping an ace here. Going to get another chance to look at that readjust on the second of the Mindfreak.
Gila, gila.
Absolutely beautiful. So good to see them
Benkai udah
close this out. And again, initially after map 1, I was very concerned. Again, you talk about the map veto and where things felt as if they were leaning that time around, but they win out at the end of it. And a better look, but I think again we come away with definitely some concerns looking forward. We look back to the performance versus Ascend here. have we righted a lot of those wrongs? There's still questions for me, Lauren.
Respect.
There is, and some of those will be answering through how they
MTPRX.
That's proofs in the pudding. That's all you can see with these guys. We can theorize, we can theory craft, but you never know which SMB you're gonna get. Sometimes they can just run through teams like a hot knife through butter. Others, never quite sure. It can fall apart in certain ways. But on the other side, PaperX, for a region that comes into this with a lot to prove, a lot of eyes on the region, see how well they perform. I think they did a stellar job. The map pull, I think honestly, the map veto, take Breeze away from the situation. Who knows what we could have seen.
I mean, we look at the initial interviews, and a lot of it was, we want to come here, we want to prove why we're worthy to be here, and I think they've done just that. They've absolutely achieved that, so I think you're right, they come away with this with their heads held high, and Forsaken, man, the divide as well. I think those two players have definitely put themselves on the global Valorant map in terms of their individual performances here, because it's been so spectacular to watch.
Yeah, as a 1-2 combo, you see these duos in other big teams, you kind of get to know them, but seeing it form in this region, the two that are on your screen right there, Divide and Forsaken, it's wonderful to see that duo in combination. And be it in different roles, different agents, finding that synergy time and time again. So I'm a huge fan of PaperX. I love what they did. I wish we saw more of that map 1 adjustments back and forth between them. If that's the potential this team can bring and what they can look like, I'm so excited for the future, and I want to see them again. It's a shame it's an elimination game. That's the kind of heartbreaking side of it, because these guys were phenomenal, but it's how it goes. The better team won on the day. I think the map veto definitely got away from them slightly there. Didn't love that Breeze coming in. Clearly wasn't what they intended.
No, and you come back to accolades to push Vision Strikers on an international land stage here at Berlin, and Supermassive Blaze also to push them here on the 2 maps out of the 3 we saw. Again, remove Breeze from your memory, but
gitu setnya lagi. Bisa SMB. PaperX. Setidaknya ada menang 1 game lah. 1 map ada menang lah, nggak apa-apa. Jangan kayak Avan Liberty. Kena ebol. Ini udah Messi ke 9, anjing mau ngapain main. Udah 10.000 US dollar. Ya, 140 juta. Lumayan lah, 140 juta F4Q. Nyari klip lah. Udah lah, udah mending lah, lumayan. PaperX 13-16. Brand. Nggak main aja 10.000. PaperX 10.000. Ya, oke lah. Tente. Never see. I wanna break your heart, move to the bottom. For you to hold to pretty in a hotel bar. I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder, pull the sheets right off the mattress that you stole from your Noisy boy bos. Ganti deh. Temennya John Olsen anjing. Gimana nih? So baby pull me closer. Bet I know you get I'm for but to tattoo on your shoulder. From your room again. Skillnya jangan lupa, oh iya. Pak bos. Bakal kebum. Main sama freeze aja deh. Malas main gua. Bakal kebum, maksudnya bakal kebum apa? Gua kira si boy bakal kebom. Oh, kagak lah. Masa lu nggak bisa lihat anjing udah main BTR yang kemarin Nemo udah kelihatan banget anjing Noisy boy. Siapa lagi? The one and only.
Match found.
Patihar nggak? Extend Patihar anjing. Bukan Semimo. Oh. Enggak, lu ganti siapa, Cok? Soalnya beristirahatnya kurang.
Deathmatch.
Dustin
Warm up.
Ganti blok. Dustin diganti. Dustin nggak mungkin diganti. Udah, lu mau Dustin mainnya kurang bisa juga.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Ganti lagi ya, gitu-gitu.
Fight.
Gagal.
Don't overthink it. That's my
Masa
job.
perkara satu agent dia hire orang lagi ya. BTW suara lo kecil ya, gue jauhin dari sini. Gue nyoba stretch nih 4-3. Kalah nggak? Skin baru nih gue liat, yoi. Barohala gue beli, bandelnya. Ini gue beli, semuanya gue beli anjing.
Now 4.
Proses lo dong gak ganti. Ya makanya donat dong, biar gue ganti.
terminated. Auf Wiedersehen.
Gue bakal ganti kalau udah kekumpul semua.
Enemy down. One down. Oh. Oh. Finished.
Si Orange Panda ngapain lagi? Lu
That's done.
masih kagak ngerti anjing dong. Gua. Clicking gua harusnya nggak boleh dicekar lagi.
Variable removed. Got 3. Deleted.
Wih, gak goblin.
Good.
Ten kills remaining.
Habis buat beli keyboard apa?
Precise.
Lebar ya.
5 kills remaining.
Biasa mana sih sudah. PC lu disita anjing.
Goodbye.
Taki one.
Got one. The eyes are down.
One kill remaining.
nearly perfect.
Kan game kecil lu tambah kuat. Berisik kalau lu main, kedengeran mak lu dong. Where we are, where we are.
Red cups and sweaty bodies everywhere. Hands in the air like we don't care. Cause we came to have so much fun now. Got somebody here, might be the one now. If you're not ready to go home, can I get a hello? We're gonna go all night till we see the sunlight.
Alright, we like to party. Somebody to where we want. And we won't stop.
Can't you see it's we who own the night?
It's we who but
That life and we can't stop. And we won't stop. We run things
nobody to good for nothing. Wazin on X, anjay. Kibaran genre. Jawanya nggak tahu di mana anjing. Dia lagi meeting. AE. Kurang gitu lah kalau gua pakai ini. Banding 4 nih. Bahaya nih. Saya main bang. Nggak mau nonton gua, males. Apa ganti? Dia jadi aneh. Iya tahu gua. Lagi coba ganti-ganti. banget anjing crosshair. Turun lagi bang, nobar lah jadi komentator. Enggak, mager. Capek gua, bosan. Kalau sendiri nobar. Di Discord nggak ada orang. Merah semua anjing man. Mana mendapit duo. Fuck. Solo ah. Ini pada kemana Andre? Lebih dari kemarin nggak kelihatan nih. Nggak tahu gua. Nggak nanya-nanya bos. Kalau Jo kayaknya lagi meeting. Katanya, nggak tahu. Gak tau meeting gak kelar anjing dari jam berapa. Yang Radian udah berapa sih? Udah anjing 303 nggak sekarang, cepet banget orang-orang. Bro, mulu capek anjing. Gue harus nge-push ini juga nih, nge-push Valorant anjing. Tinggal jauh gua. Main game bisnis.
Match found.
Kira dapat map begini anjing di kemarin map tolol semua.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Males gua nge-push sebenarnya. Lebih seru main rank Brawlhalla anjing. Tiga siapa ya? Si Garnet. Dua-dua siapa nih anjing? Seperti Musi. Think of me. Musi lagi. Lu freeze orang sudah main goblok. Pingnya Singapura.
turret out.
Scanning ahead.
I like talk.
Ini. Go. Wait. Jadi,
gue ganti resolusi, semua recon gue jadi berubah semua anjing.
Multiple enemies A. Reloading.
Aku
shock dart.
Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
One,
two. No. 1, 2, 3.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
When Reyna gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
Gue ganti dulu dah.
Placing sentry.
I'll put her in front of you.
Eyes up.
Udah main nge-lag anjing.
Placing sentry. Reloading.
Revealing area.
Oke, gue disini gue instant deh. Nge-lag cok.
Useless individual.
Mana mid.
I'm with you. Two more mid.
One B min.
Spike down mid.
Emosi nih.
He going back mid link.
One mid link.
I'm gonna go shot.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Mid link us.
Spike planted.
Sini bos. Toxic.
There we go. Finally cracking their code.
Ada kerjaan lu mose. I think they're gonna force.
Keep your heads out.
Scanning ahead.
Take flight.
Enemy.
Mid one. Right now.
I'm tagged though.
Obscuring vision.
Like there, my boombot's scared.
One B man, taking up.
He went far back. So far was near
Shot
mid.
one.
Blocking vision.
One guy shot.
I don't see anyone mid.
He mid step. Catwalk area.
Yes, so.
Enemy spotted A.
Aim in son.
Revealing area.
Shot two. Omen and Reno.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Okay, I only have like 78 minutes left. Hopefully that's enough. Thanks.
Here's my one way.
Placing sentry.
Track them down.
Recording aja long.
Scanning ahead.
He jump out. Can you smoke?
Mid link here, I gotta help me. One mid link.
Wait, now is aiming.
He jump out.
Concealment.
Yeah, I think he fell down though.
Shock dart.
We just crouching on top.
Oh, holding on top.
Out of charges.
Mina low. Two guys. Q drive minus 80.
If they LTA, I
You
break
should
boys.
run.
I'm hiding.
I break.
The hunt begins.
Whoa.
Joining.
Joining.
Oh.
Oh, you're so dead.
Blind.
Oh.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Concealment. Blocking vision.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition. Scanning ahead.
Flash mid. Milling 80.
Deploying drone.
Fuck.
I'm holding here.
One enemy remaining.
On me, mid link. Aduh, dapat gak anjing? Ganti vandal aja dah.
Trust my bots. Only malfunction.
Gak.
Yeah, drop me.
Okay, wait. I got a very stonks idea. I think they're gonna try get the orb. Hey, Astra, can you put a star here? When I call you star.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Just put the 1-way also.
What's this?
Revealing area.
He molly shot.
One B man.
2 in mid.
Nah, man.
Take flight.
Can be in mid, ah.
Hi, sir. I have a classic, sir.
He-
I miss my right click.
No fucking shot.
One more you mean.
Two.
Close city, what the fuck?
Sova
Smoke
and
B,
Jet
smoke B.
aim in.
Out already, ah.
Nice, one
Hey,
more.
all there. Beam in clear.
Keep on my third.
One enemy remaining.
Cross left side. Gen.
Left side.
Go, Ben, go.
Revealing area. If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Let's go lah, Ben.
Udah kelar meeting.
Yes.
Ah, the fucking setup's gonna be cool, man.
Need a drop.
I think they are going to flash B and rush B. I'm holding me lah.
Get out of my way.
Scanning ahead.
Milling around.
B man, mid lane. I'm gonna join it.
Deploying drone.
Go inside
Come in,
smoke.
get.
I got you, Mina.
Two.
Joining B.
One more. Jet mid.
Obscuring vision.
I'm not gonna pick that. Far back, man.
Covering it.
Enemy spotted mid.
One going short, I think.
Two shots.
Bomb grenade out.
Two more.
Throw it down.
I'm leaving you.
One enemy remaining.
Who could have predicted this? All right, I did. Spike spotted A. Who said this wouldn't be fun? I'm happy.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Think of me. Define udah.
The fuck do I put this turret up here?
Gak. Ntar kalau udah nyabun baru. Festival jadi jago. Festival emang gak cupu anjing. Bisa main fight.
Revealing area. Nowhere to run!
Alif B.
He dash.
After.
That is so good. Bye-bye. Well divided.
I'm blind.
Take flight.
Join this.
Recovering it. Concealment.
He watched it, yeah.
Shock dart.
I got yours.
Revealing area.
Could be a beer.
Yeah, smoke market.
Right here.
Smoke there. Yeah, going B. Market in. B in already. Close left.
Got him.
Market in now.
I got ulti.
30 seconds left.
Gitu gua nggak tinggal anjing.
Spike planted.
Of course he plants here. What the fuck?
Yang lagi
Suicide.
gua ketemu dia mungkin dia lagi
Backside in default I think.
One guy backside.
I think Killjoy around.
Two backside.
Oh, two backside.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Everyone, note down your observations. Then let's run it again.
There.
Why is he planting there?
Iya.
I'm gonna go shot and need milling.
Iya anjing, kalau gua nonton menang dah sumpah.
Goblok.
Turret out.
Gua tiduran anjing.
I mean,
Enemy spotted mid.
Scanning ahead.
Two beam.
Shock dart.
One low, two.
Deploying drone.
Three, four beam. There, three.
Shot down.
Mama. Rena.
Oh,
Spike down B.
Oh, Sova beam in. Two side.
Initiated.
Spike planted.
You should run.
Oh, that's
Last player standing.
Wah, very low.
I think clear beam in first before you out.
You can tell a person's character by their
Best action.
Oh?
Nah, pandal.
that's the I heard was all.
Gue nggak suka streaming gini. Nolak anjing. Ping gua bab. Dah.
The guy drone from there.
Jam 12 kemarin.
Turret out.
Mid lane.
Mid-link, Omen.
Revealing area.
Shot close.
On top mid.
Wah, low. Never mind. Overhill. Nggak mati, tai. Hoki anjing. Dia nembak mati, gua nembak gak mati, bangset.
Tuh city.
Enemies in defender spawn.
One more.
Go get him.
Spike planted.